Hello, family, friends, fans, and fellow adventurers. Welcome back to Practical Heroes with our brand new campaign, The Sands of Sildaris, set in the pretty much entirely homebrew world of Eroth. This is, of course, one of two introductory one-shots ahead of our first session. Hello, Max. Ahead of our first sessions, we are introducing players new and old, characters new and old, and for this week we do have a bit of a treat with not only two new characters for the campaign, but two brand new players, one of which you know and hopefully love from Radio D&D. The other is brand new to Practical Heroes, which is pretty fun. But came highly recommended by Lindsay, so, you know. What Lindsay says goes. Yes, for those who don't know, because these are obviously the introductory ones, Eroth. It's pretty cool, yo. It's my homebrew world. It has some stuff stolen shamelessly from official D&D lore, like the Raven Queen and Tiamat and gods like that we all just know and love, and it's a shame to kind of go without them. And maybe one or two other things that might pop up throughout campaigns as we go along. But we'll see, as Drizzt just plain shifts in. But yeah, this story is taking place set initially in the sleeping gardens of Azith, one of the three main continents of my world, which is, as you can partially see behind me, split into three by what is known as the crossing point. The gods are at war, and it is causing a lot of collateral damage in the form of disasters in the overworld. And most importantly, our biggest lore thing is the planes are sealed. They were sealed a very long time ago by the Lord Primordial. So no one really talks about them because no one really remembers them. Talking about traveling to different planes isn't a thing. Those who do are locked up for being crazy. But of course, summons are still a thing. I wouldn't just entirely erase like a whole school of magic from my world just to try and make things unique. I'm not like that. It's just more of like a alchemy equivalent exchange type deal, the way people try and think about summons. They don't think of it as a summons per se, it's more I offer up the materials get transmuted effectively into this being that I'm conjuring. So they do still count it as a conjuration. It's just conjuring something from something else, which yes, technically is a transmutation. But it's fine. Don't read too much into it. But with all of that said, why don't I jump over to our other screen, because I've also just realized this screen, for whatever reason, doesn't have the music coming through to the stream. So I apologize for that, and I will fix that for the main game. I'm certain we had it last week. Oh wait, no, this screen wasn't ready last week. Brilliant, even better. I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to jump to this other screen right here, which for some reason also doesn't have the music. That's good fun. Why is that vanished? Things are different because I'm using new experimental beta features from OBS, one of which is the application audio capture, so I can just take it straight from my music controller of choice. Now we have it, and the song has stopped. But while I fix that, why don't we introduce our two players? So we'll introduce the characters shortly when we are firmly inside our one shot. I heard what I said. That was horrible phrasing.
Firmly inside.
But seeing as you have been called out in the chat, why don't Ethan, you go ahead and introduce yourself first?
Oh no. All right. Well, I'm Ethan. I played on Radio D&D as Zephyr Wesley. If any of you have caught that. Besides that, I've done a few other things with Practical Heroes, and I'm just happy to be here. Yeah.
Awesome. And our brand newbie, Maywood.
Despite being the oldest person here, I'm the newbie. Yeah, my name's Maywood. I've done, various internet-y things over the years, all of which you can see on anerdywebsite.com. Hey, there you go. A plug for myself. Why not?
Shameless self-promotion.
Yes. Shameless or shameful? It's a little shame for it. Yeah, big fan of D&D. Started in the 3.5 days. Ran a hybrid 3.5 5e for a while, which was pretty fun. And love to play with people who are very nice, which so far so good. And yeah, I was a friend of Lindsay's who invited me to this thing, so I'm excited to see what happens. Yeah.
It sounds like a innuendo-y thing for old people, like to talk about something very specific, like, oh, he's a friend of Lindsay's. But yes, with those two introductions out of the way, obviously the characters are a tiny bit spoiled because they're on screen. I didn't think that through when I did it last week, and I wasn't going to take it out of this week because we like things to be equal here. I'm seeing possibly no sound. Have we lost sound? It's good to get this out the way before we jump deep into
that's true.
Immersion. That's the word I'm looking for. You can hear me. Cool. Well, if Steph can hear me, that's all that matters. Also, hi, Steph.
So goes out to you, Steph.
Yes. Also, a quick disclaimer before we start this one shot. As you can probably hear, I'm not as sick as last week. Still a little bit. The brain fog is still around. Do bear with me a little bit. Also, a reminder, we're using 1D&D, and once again, I forgot to print off the 1D&D stuff, but you don't know that. It's fine. The only parts... So at the moment, effectively, we're just using the rules glossaries, effectively, in essence, from the new 1D&D playtesting. We've tried to implement the backgrounds and the first level feats. So some of our characters have taken one of the available new backgrounds, and some of them we all kind of work together as a team because no one knows how to power balance with something that's not out yet. But we kind of work together as a team to brainstorm janky MacGyver background tweaks for existing backgrounds and nerfs and buffs for existing feats for first level to tie into those backgrounds. And, you know,
That was me.
that's what D&D is all about. So, it's all good. It wasn't all you, though. We did have one carryover from Mura using a homebrew Geomancer feat, which she used last stream. But no one cares about Mura in this one shot. I do have to add the caveat, obviously, that it's just for this one shot because everyone cares about Mura. She is everyone's baby. But with all of that out of the way, why don't we jump right in to what I somewhat stupidly but very affectionately called Owlbear Rodeo as we start this one shot. If I know what I'm looking
Will
at.
be my first.
You what?
This will be my first.
Nice. There we go. Let's switch those around so I can actually read. And with that... Come one, come all. The midnight blade seek fresh blood. Deep in the whispering woods of the sleeping gardens, a fearsome owlbear has been terrorizing local villages. seek us out at our headquarters in Dura on the 10th of Kelthor to join in the glorious hunt. Successful parties will be invited to join the Midnight Blade. Glory awaits you. These posters have been sighted all across the continent of Azith, drawing would-be heroes into the promise of companionship and adventure within the Midnight Blade, a well-known guild of rangers who claim to hunt to protect the populace from dangerous animals and various other monsters or possible other threats that they are occasionally contracted out to hunt. This, of course, means that you yourselves have journeyed from afar to reach here, and now you stand in the courtyard in front of the guild hall, looking around at the other hopeful applicants. And as you take in the crowd around you, a rather athletic-looking drow in full ranger leathers emerges onto the balcony above you. This kind of long, flowing white hair that billows dramatically in the wind, kind of almost too dramatically for the wind level right now as it is. His mouth opens in a slight grimacing smile, disfigured slightly by the large scar that streaks down his otherwise absolutely perfect face. He gestures dramatically over the crowd. Greetings, hopeful applicants. We have taken the liberty of dividing you into pairs for your hunt. These teams are designed to ensure you are protected by your fellow applicants, for the Midnight Blade hold no liability for any crushings, cuttings, killings, or indeed any other forms of casualties. He grins widely and gestures behind him as an Aarakocra with a very finely kept white and brown plumage and a very eagle-like head kind of flies up and just perches on the edge of the railing of the balcony, wearing very similar looking leathers. And she kind of unfurls a scroll, and the pairings are as follows. And she begins to list the various groups in kind of teams of 2 to 3 individuals before. And finally, Team 43, Chester and Warden. And so, with the sound of trumpets, the hunt begins! And you all make your way into the nearby forest where the rumoured location of the owlbear is, as the teams are starting to get together and meet their companions. Who would like to describe what their new companion sees first?
Oh, well, Ethan, you went first last time. Why don't I save you the trouble and go first this time? I'm Chester Fields. I am a bugbear, a bard 2, rogue 1. If you want to get into the specifics, he's a southern gentleman. Southern of one of these continents where this accent totally happens, I assume.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear yours. He's very being a bard, he's got some of the typical bardly outgoing, charismatic ways. However, he's also very big and strong, but sort of not refuses, but very much doesn't like using that strength, wants to just sit back, have a mint julep, perhaps, and kind of watch the world pass by, get some relaxation, and not do any physical labor of any kind, ideally. So, this whole hunt thing he's a little nervous about, and hoping his new friend, who he really likes the look of, is going to do most of the heavy lifting. So he'll sort of come up to him and Chester Fields, pleased to meet you.
All right. I guess I'll go next. So Warden is a Warforged, and best way I can put it is if you've ever seen like Scooby Doo, he looks like one of the kind of suits of armor that like will stand in the background, and you would think it was just like a inanimate object until it starts moving around, you know. But yeah. Besides that, his armor is a bit ramshackled. It's a bit piecemeal. A lot of the different armor pieces appear to be taken from different things. It's clearly not all made by one craftsman. And beyond that, it's also covered in a pretty thick, dark sort of cloak. And even his helmet is covered by a hood. But yeah, it's just this big sort of old cloak that's just wrapped around him. He stands pretty tall for a lot of creatures, 6 foot. He stands over some people at least. It has pretty broad shoulders because of the armor, of course. And he'll just kind of look at the bugbear, and yeah, if he offers a hand, he doesn't shake it.
Perfect. Off to a great start. I cannot wait to work with you. He looks down from his, I forgot to mention, 6'9", the funniest number, almost, frame. Nice. That armor looks very cumbersome. Are you sure you're going to be able to keep up?
It is a part of me.
So handed down from generations. I see. He tries to get a peek in the eye slits there.
Yeah. As you try gazing into the visor gazes back.
Stare into the abyss, and the abyss gazes back.
Well, this is a fascinating development.
I do not see why it would be.
Not every day I get to meet a gentleman such as yourself.
Fair.
Gentleman?
Yeah, well, as a kind of side note, for those new to my world, Warforged aren't necessarily uncommon. So it's not like one would be seen and kind of treated with mistrust or anything. They're a somewhat regular sight around the world, both as people or other kind of variants of Warforged that are a lot more golem-y than they are actually Warforged and are effectively just slightly better golems. But yeah, it's obviously up to yourselves, mostly Chester, how frequently familiar you are with Warforged as a whole. Obviously, I imagine Warden's somewhat familiar with a Warforged, being one, so it's more directed at Chester.
Let's say passingly.
There you go. But yeah, it's not like so uncommon that someone would be like, "Oh my god, talking armor!" But it's uncommon enough that kind of similarly people will be like, "Oh, neat." But that's kind of the extent of it.
There you go.
Thanks. Instant gratification. But the interior of the woods, as you guys kind of make your way in, following everyone else, obviously not wanting to be leading the rear of the pack. It's quite dense and somewhat sparsely travelled, but there are kind of rough paths maintained around the outer edges of the wood, which the hunters obviously often use. There are occasional kind of stakes in the ground painted black with a silver blade that kind of indicate either a midnight blade trail or this is a path that their hunters have used. But why don't I go ahead and show everyone what we're dealing with, as it's starting to come towards sunset. This rugged dirt path that you are travelling on starts to fork up ahead, so you're obviously not showing on the map, but you're on one side of that fork. It's a one-shot. Deal with the railroading. But several dozen feet away from you, hopefully, depending on if I did my squares right. Maybe I forgot about that when I was drafting the map. I can't remember. But some distance away from you, a horse-drawn wagon lies overturned in the middle of the path before the fork, or after the fork. No, before the fork. The fork is off the other side of the map. I know what I did. Its horse is kind of just lying motionless on the ground nearby, and the various ambiguous cargo is spilled all over the forest floor. You can see a man kind of stood in front of this wagon, just emphatically waving both arms over his head, like he's trying to kind of flag you down almost.
Well, this seems like it might be trouble. And he starts to turn around. Oh, wait, we got to head towards the trouble. Yes, so we don't get paid.
Yes, so you would know, as a side note, the reward for this is technically the chance to enter the guild. However, one of the rules and stipulations of the sign-up sheet that you read when you were signing up to the hunt was any looting, any gold or anything that you happen to come across during the hunt is yours to keep, albeit the guild is liable and always able to take a cut should they so wish.
Yeah. Capitalism. Well, what do you say, my new friend? Shall we investigate this individual?
I think it'd be wise to approach with caution.
Yes, that horse doesn't look... I mean, I am hungry. I don't know if I am so hungry that I could partake of this equine.
Also worth noting as well, while we're looking at maps, for those of you in chat, just to break the immersion slightly, very quickly, because it is a very important note, you're obviously watching the DM view of the map because it's the easiest way to stream it. Therefore, there will often be monsters hidden on the map, or hidden around, or hidden switches, hidden doors, secrets, notes, possibly written on the map that are there for me. Please try not to talk about them in chat until it's blatantly obvious that it's happened on the stream, because there's nothing worse than me hiding a beholder on the map and everyone being like, oh man, I wonder how they deal with the beholder, and all my players being like, there's a beholder!
Didn't have it open though. All right.
Twitch.tv. How do you spell practical?
But yes, back into the world. As you approach this figure, you can see he's a bit kind of ragged and worn down. It looks like it was possibly some sort of accident has overturned this wagon. There's kind of cuts and scrapes all over him. Clothes are a bit ripped. There's a lot of kind of dirt and leaves that are quite clearly from the ground that have got mushed up in this very curly, greasy black beard and kind of long, scraggly black hair. He's probably about 5'10", and somewhat kind of medium build, just puts the arms down as you approach and... Thank the gods you're here to help. There's been an accident.
Ah, well. Chesterfields, pleased to meet you. Let's not let the pleasantries be ignored because of an accident.
Yes, Barak. Nice to meet you.
Barak, this is... I don't believe you've introduced yourself, or perhaps I have forgotten. This is my new friend.
One of the fans there.
Yes.
Stoic.
Yes.
This is my new friend, yes.
Right. Excellent. Worth noting as well, just FYI, I'm aware, obviously the Scottish accent is leads to assumptions, but this guy's human, unfortunately, not a dwarf. Not all dwarves are Scottish, guys. Just most of them.
Most of them.
Just all the Tolkien ones. But yeah, he just kind of scratches the back of his head and just, yeah, I think the road, you know, it's not quite an established road. Hit a bit of a pit on the path. Horse tripped, wagon overturned. Horse fell, wagon fell on the horse. I think his neck's broken. I fell out of the wagon. Wagon fell over. Stuff everywhere. Any help would be much appreciated. And like, as you can see as well as you're kind of looking, this is like almost entirely blocking this path that you have taken.
Can I do an insight check on him?
Sure.
All right.
Smart.
Just ignore the sound of me rolling in the background. That's nothing.
That is a 5 for me. Plus
5.
I think I have a 2. Yes, plus 2, so 7. Beautiful 7.
I mean, seems pretty honest. You look at him, he looks beaten up. There's a horse with a broken neck. Wagon's overturned. I mean, you yourself probably nearly tripped over a few potholes and... Excuse me. I mean, it's not a road. Not potholes, but like rabbit holes. That's the phrase I was looking for. It's not tarmac. He seems to be being pretty truthing.
He's Chester's gonna start to say along the lines of yes, we could help. Do you know what did this? And sort of as he's conversing, I'm going to use some thieves' cant to get some words in there. Just to, the fact that he's on this not well-trodden path, not using the main road's got a bunch of goods. Maybe he's up to no good, so he's going to sort of ask in thieves' cant, you doing a little bypassing some law by taking this route, perhaps?
Well, I know what did it. It was that rabbit hole the horse must have tripped over. And to answer your question and kind of back in thieves' cant, just kind of like I have no idea what you're talking about, wink wink.
Yeah, he will give the subtle thievy wink as well. Very good, very good. All right, well,
a lot.
Yeah, I got something with my eye, I do believe. The dust of these roads.
Yeah, real dusty around here. Especially when your horse has just been kicking it all up in your face while it's dying of a broken neck.
Yeah, can I see if the horse is indeed, dead?
Yeah, make a medicine check.
Yes, but I'm a bit of a jack of all trades, you might say.
Well, hey.
Yeah. 9.
I mean, it ain't breathing. That much is pretty obvious.
I'm afraid this is beyond my abilities, such as they are at this juncture.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Well, we probably shouldn't let him go to waste.
It's more the help fixing the wagon and putting everything back on the wagon that's more what I'm needing help with, rather than the beating a dead horse, so to speak.
Hmm.
Huh. Huh.
That's what was that? Okay, he looks at Warden for a second, hearing that noise. Takes a step back. Yeah, that doesn't really seem like something I'd want to be involved in. No offense to you and yours.
None taken, I suppose. But if you're able to help load some things back on the wagon, that'd be real helpful. Tell you what, you look pretty strong, and he kind of points over to Warden. If you could see about righting the wagon, you know, because it's kind of on its side at the moment. If you could kind of help put it on the wheels instead of on the side, and maybe me and the furry fellow over here can get the horse out of the way, and I'll just have to drag the wagon, I guess, the rest of the way.
Can do that.
Well, I am able to help. I don't.
Great, and he kind of claps an arm around your shoulder and starts kind of leading you,
willing to help.
like pulling you towards the horse.
He gives a not so subtle, just sort of palm. Yeah?
So, Warden, as you head towards the wagon, are you attempting to right it?
Yeah. Do the wheels appear to be intact? Like I won't like cause any more damage by like pushing it over.
I'll say give me a perception or investigation check, your choice.
All right. Let me see what I have.
Obviously, like,
here.
generally the state of repair is quite obvious, but like if there's any sort of missable details, this is what that's for. Obviously, like, if a wheel's broken, it's broken.
Yeah. We're going to do perception then. So let me roll this. We have a 6.
6.
Plus 2,
Oh, we're
8.
good. We're saving our good rolls for later, I feel like.
They both seem pretty intact. And pretty sturdy if you wanted to kind of pull the wagon or push it from the other side. Either way, it looks like they will maintain structural integrity. Whether or not they pop off remains to be seen, but looks like they'll stay intact so they could be put back on, which is probably the biggest worry.
All right. With that, then I guess I'll just try to tip it back over.
Cool. Excellent. As you're doing that, then, this man, as you're kind of palming him away, Chester, just kind of turns to you and smiles. You can see a couple of the teeth missing, and he just, really appreciate the help. Terribly sorry about this. And with a flash, draws a sword. As Warden, you pull the wagon down, and as you do, you see, as it kind of tips over, clutching onto the side of the wagon, kind of on the inside, the grinning face of another very similar-ish looking individual, as he kind of rides the wagon over and also draws a sword. I've just accidentally hidden you. That's not what I wanted to do. What have I done?
Did me?
Why is Roll20 like this? Layer. Token layer. What is happening?
Yeah, okay.
I think I've just put the map on
yeah,
the
I still see
token
Warden.
layer. That's what happened. I put the map on the token layer. Whoops.
Yeah, so if you right-click on the map itself,
Yeah,
you can just hit send to the back.
I have done that and it's not working. It's just giving me edit, paste, undo. Okay, map's on the map layer now. Good. And also on the map... No, he's not on the map layer. That's why it went wrong. He's on the GM layer. That's what was supposed to happen.
There we go.
Hey! Cut that. Just cut that.
No, you're supposed to be pulling from this side.
You what, sorry?
You're supposed to be pulling from this side.
As the wagon kind of tips over and rights, and he just... Ah, what a shame. And pulls a sword on you as well. As I'd like both of you, please, to roll initiative. As you've been
Oop.
totally bamboozled by these bandits. Whoa.
Lucky 7. Gentlemen,
And-
gentlemen, please.
That's our first roll in the double digits. It's a 10, baby.
Oh
Nice.
my god.
Let me...
I'm putting these dice
Drag.
away. Steph gave you these dice.
Aw.
I need to do some dice training with them later.
Thanks,
let's
Steph.
Put the initiative tracker
Trying
on
to
the
kill
screen
us.
so everyone gets
Honestly.
to see it. Why have we got 2 Chesters?
Double your trouble.
There we go. Removed 1 Chester. Right, Chester, what was your initiative?
7.
7. And Warden?
10.
10. Yes, that's right. I remember things real good. I'm going to roll for the bandits. And they both have the same bonus to initiative, which is not much of a bonus, but it's still better than you guys.
Very good.
Damn.
So, which I guess kind of makes sense. They have effectively got the jump on you a little bit there. So, as I place my d20s back down with the 20 facing upwards, because we like organisation, this lovely boy right here in front of Chester is going to take a swing with his sword. With the first attack being a 6 to hit.
Doesn't. My AC is not very good either, so thank you.
And as you kind of, as he swings and just, terribly sorry about this, and you just kind of sidestep the blade like you were expecting it the whole time. But you weren't expecting the quick kind of rechamber and upslice with a 21 to hit. I rolled painfully good on that. Apologies. And it's going to be 3 points of damage.
Ow.
As he just kind of slices up and across your arm with this short sword. And that is going to end his turn, as the other one is going to jump off the wagon and cut down towards Warden, which is a terribly stupid thing to do. You leave yourself very open for a counter if you're jumping at someone. But it's okay, because you have to wait for your turn, so it's all good. And they have terrible bonuses to hit, so 14
This is.
as
And,
this one. Yes.
I would like to use my ability Riposte.
Okay. Remind me what Riposte
So,
does, because no one ever plays Battlemaster in my games.
When a creature misses you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction and extend 1 superiority die to make a melee weapon attack against it.
Excellent. So, as he kind of comes in with a similar cut that was heading towards Chester, which, you know, to a lesser man and someone much more organic would have probably sliced their chest open, the scimitar just kind of bounces off the metal chest, leaving him very wide open for you to come in with your riposte.
All right. Let's see. Yep. All right. So my roll for attack. That's a 4. Just raw. Oh man. So yeah,
Nice.
a 9.
A 9, unfortunately, will not hit, as he was wide open and just kind of staggers back and falls over the wagon a little bit, and you just kind of
Okay.
thunk into the wood where he was, as he kind of pops back to his feet and comes at you for another slice with a 8,
Nope.
which again just slices across your chest with sparks. Everyone's, what are you, made of metal?
Yes. Yes, actually.
And Warden,
Thanks for noticing.
it is your go.
All right. Yeah. Let me make another attack roll here. uh, 10.
10 will just miss. What are the rolls today, guys?
Right?
We are going to die.
What is happening today?
What is going on? My highest roll has been a 10.
I don't think I've rolled that high yet.
Okay, this dice set is going off to the side as well.
Does that end your turn?
Yes,
Cool.
that does.
Not me trying to goad you into wasting your action, Serge. Chester.
Not yet. Not yet.
Chester's gonna look at the guy, and he was helping. You know what? I really do not appreciate that. We're gonna have some woods in a moment, but let me just take care of your friend here first. And he's gonna break out his rapier, and hopefully. Oh my God! It was on a 19, and then it went to a 1.
Luckily, we don't roll critical fails or fumbles.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming the total isn't any higher than the 10 that missed.
No, it's a 6. And then
Nice.
he's gonna look to his new best friend. I do believe you're gonna hit this guy so hard it's gonna be pretty awesome. And gonna give him some bardic inspiration there for you.
Excellent. Is that D4 or D6 at this level?
I'm at a
D6.
D6.
Yes.
Yeah,
Excelente. In that case,
that'll be me.
as you kind of sidestep him, the one that you were talking to just, don't you turn your back on me, you fuzzy bastard, and slashes towards you.
Please,
with
please.
a constructed 20 to hit. I'm so sorry. In before I just violently murder
You know
Chester
what? I'm
before the game
gonna silvery
properly kicks
barbs
off.
this.
Okay, nice. Remind me what Silvery Barbs does, because no one ever picks it for some reason.
Reaction to 60 feet, succeeds on an attack roll, which that definitely did. You're going to have to re-roll. So basically, you're just rolling with disadvantage.
Oh my god, natural 1.
Without a miss. And also, choose a different creature. I could choose yourself, and I'm going to because I'm selfish. And I have advantage on my next attack, which I can use to get the sneak attack. Hey, that's how
Nice.
you do it. All right.
So would you like to describe what happens when the
Listen
Silvery
here,
Barbs
you little
trigger?
man. I tried to be nice. We had a nice conversation in the thievery camp, and honor among thieves is very important. So you, sir, are dishonorable.
As this attack that was just whistling in towards your throat, just at the last second, seems to just shift out of the way, and you see a look of intense confusion in his eyes. That was his first attack, wasn't it? Yes. Yes? Yes.
No.
It's alright, the second one was a 7.
All right.
As he's quite clearly trying to get over what just happened. You're weird. Starts kind of backing up slightly. The other bandito, who is locked in deadly combat with Warden, is going to take a
deadly.
swing at Warden with a 15 to hit.
Nope.
Cool.
And I would like to parry that. For posts.
Okay. As he just... Gotta be a weak spot somewhere! And just thuds off the shoulder.
Okay. 11.
11 just hits.
Thank God. Okay. Finally, here we go. All right. So let me see. So that's gonna be a regular greatsword attack. It's gonna be 2d6. So plus 9. Then I also have to add my
Your superiority die because you just think you're better than everyone else.
I am better than everybody else. That's why they gave me the die. Duh.
And how much damage was it?
1d8.
1d8.
Okay, so it's a 1 on the 1d8, and it was a 9. Yes.
9 total, or
Yes, 9 total. So that'd be 10 overall.
a 10 overall?
Yes.
Excellent. As the kind of shock of the scimitar bouncing off your shoulder kind of sends him reeling back, and you just slice up horrifically with this great sword and just open up the leather armor that he's wearing. Blood starts dripping out. He is very heavily injured. He just kind of staggers back against the wagon and just spitting blood. And that was his first attack. Was it not? Yes. Man, I'm so foggy today. And he just really weakly steps forward with just the limpest thrust that just crumples against your chest with a 12. As he just, no, die! The sword just kind of down the front of you.
I'll scuff out.
Yeah, get a bit T-cut. It is now your turn as he's like struggling to lift the scimitar back up.
That's my dog for opening the door. All right.
That's alright.
All right. Yeah. Let's go for. Let's do another one, shall we? That is. He's
like struggling to stand. You just loom over him. Terminator music starts as the sword comes down.
I think. Yes, this is a 1. Yeah, that's 1. Font's funny. On
Nice.
this die. So.
Assume that misses.
Yep. I whiff it big time.
Even with your total.
Yeah.
As he just... I mean, he's looking pretty weak. You weren't expecting the last second scimitar to somehow just knock, like, literally catches the tip of the greatsword and just throws the balance off a bit. You were expecting no resistance there. Let your guard down the tiniest bit.
You came back again, opened the door right after I closed it. Wow. These dogs.
Well, if that ends your turn, it is now Chester's go.
Yes.
Does the guy to my right, does he sort of look like he's on his last legs, from what I gather?
The one who's propped himself up against the wagon and
Yeah.
is pathetically attempting to
Alright.
deflect greatsword blows. You reckon he might be, yeah.
All right, so then I'm actually going to go for the other guy because I have
Like, the armor's
advantage.
kind of split open. It was just leather, and he seems to have just cut straight through the leather. There's blood pouring out of him.
Gonna go for that. Okay, so I got a 17
Cool.
to hit.
That'll hit.
Issa, yes. This could have all been done much cleaner. So then 10 damage and sneak attack. So 10 plus 5 is 15. Take this, you rapscallion.
Hot damn. 15 as you just whip the rapier forwards, just straight through the throat, and he just... You pull it back and he just crumples.
That's what you get for lying to me. A fellow, I mean, not at all a fellow thief. He looks back at the warden.
As he just on the ground with his dying breath, just, I'm actually sorry.
Then could I move here? You know what? I don't think we discussed flanking. And is it +2 or advantage?
We did not. I run with advantage because
Oh, okay.
that's how the rule be. And
Well, then I will
can't be bothered
move
to play
here.
around with other ones. Woo! Although, interesting note, speaking of screwing around with other rules and advantage, I do run with stacking advantage. So if you get advantage from another source, you have advantage and then +1.
Oh,
Up to a maximum of 5, because it got broken when I did +2 with no maximum in my Curse of Strahd campaign, and they had like 5 NPCs with them. But I'm not salty about that.
that's going to come in handy when I start aiming steadily.
Yes. Does that end your turn? As you
It does. Thank you.
start flanking, yeah, I mean, there is kind of a fair bit of wagon in the way, but also you have your full 30 feet of movement, or 35, whatever it is for a bugbear. So
30.
we'll hand wave the bit of, well, it costs 5 extra feet to climb up onto this wagon, and now you're there, and like, I mean, you had 30 feet of movement. You get
Yeah.
there. And with that, it's the painfully
Oh, you can roll a
dying
death saving
man's
throw for the
turn.
bandit.
Sorry?
You can roll a death saving throw for the bandit. It's fine.
No, it's alright. He dead. He's
Okay.
he's slowly dying in a pool of blood with a hole in his throat. We'll leave him. It's okay. No nat 20 is getting him back from that. And neither is a 7 helping this situation as this bandit tries to kind of cut at your knees, thinking maybe there'll be a weak spot down here where there's no metal, and it clangs off the metal legs, and you just, oh, come on! Throw a guy a bone over here! With a 12 to hit for the second attack. As it just clangs off again. And he just, you know what? Fuck it. Just throws the sword down. It's your go.
But he threw the sword down.
Oh, yeah. But he's very
damn,
much got
okay.
that look in his eyes as he kind of looks up at you of like a, I'm about to die. There's no point. I'm just gonna let this happen. It's not even like a surrender thing, it's a Jesus take the wheel thing.
Yeah, come at me, bro. Okay. Darn it, I was gonna hit with a disarming attack, just add an insult to injury, but damn.
Oh, nice. See, I knew you were gonna do that, because I'm always one step ahead of you.
Man. Alright, if he insists.
Well, if you say
Okay,
so.
finally. Yeah,
Still gotta roll to hit, though.
That is, yes,
'Cause
that's
I'm a
going to
dick.
be 18.
That'll hit.
Thought so. Thought you'd say that. So 1 and a 3 for, yeah, plus 3.
Would you like to describe your kill?
All right. Yeah. So as he just kind of throws down the sword, Ward will oblige him and just quickly just slice the head off. Quick,
Damn.
clean.
The head just kind of lands with a soft in the ground nearby. And the body neck just a little bit.
That is quite a fierce stroke you have there.
Why didn't they just sell the horse?
Yeah, yeah. Why did they attack people who were obviously much bigger and stronger than them? These are the questions of the time.
But yeah, the road is now yours. What would you guys like to
Well, we
do?
may as well take this, see what sort of loot they have here. Maybe things that will aid us in the search for this owlbear. Yeah, that's it. And he's going to start rummaging.
Yes, you find his mobile unbranded cellular device with "Find my other unbranded cellular device," which happens to be being held by the owlbear, and you can now totally no.
I was wondering where that was going.
He has my
you have a
unbranded
quick
wireless headphones. Oh no.
yes. You have a quick rummage through, and everything seems to be kind of empty crates and very much kind of fake goods, and you get the idea this was set up as like a roadside ambush spot where they thought they could, get some people to help, steal their money, and then, rinse and repeat.
Do you say one of them had a scimitar?
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the scimitar.
There was a scimitar and a short sword.
Excuse me, yes, I believe was your name. If you wish to have the scimitar, you are more than welcome. However, if you do not, I would not mind it for myself.
Keep it.
You are most generous and kind, and a third thing. Adding scimitar.
Nice.
Does there appear to be any indication that they've robbed anyone else?
No, looks like this was the first attempt of the day.
Unlucky.
And it went real bad. Like you can see the timesheets where they've just punched in for the day.
Very,
Oh,
very
I feel less
shoddy
bad.
look.
I feel less bad. He was 15 minutes late.
Cool.
All right, onwards, I suppose. You don't know anything about tracking owlbears, do you?
It is not something I'm familiar with, no.
All right, good. That means we probably won't have to fight it, because I hear the nasty creatures.
That
Wow.
is what we're here for.
Oh,
You,
yeah.
Are you just kind of continuing to follow this somewhat rough path and the vague markers every now and again? And you kind of make your way through the forest, occasionally coming across other groups. There's the brief kind of sound off the whoa, whoa, whoa. We're good? We're good. Okay, and everyone kind of goes their separate ways.
At every single one of those, Chester says, "Chester Fields, pleased to meet you."
Nice. And there's a few kind of leave you with warnings of like, don't go east. A couple of dickheads have posted up there and they're just killing everyone going through. And then there's some other people who are like saying, oh, I think I saw some bandits walking through here at some point, talking about how they were going to post up and rob people, and keep an eye out for that.
Thank you.
I think
But
we
other
will
than
keep
that-
an eye out for it.
Other than that, the second map seems to have
Oh my god, it's a whiteout. I was
deleted
not
itself
expecting this.
as you both immediately faint.
Low iron.
Classic technical difficulties. Can I drag you in, please?
Wouldn't be online D&D with their technical difficulties.
Why is it not letting me drag the map in?
Here, let me help.
What is happening?
So we'll put a big rock right here. Just tell me where you want the owlbear.
Well, you know what? We don't technically need the map for this one.
Ooh.
Oh.
But it's fine. This is what the bandits are currently seeing. We will,
Head
though,
towards the light.
for the sake of everyone's sanity, just switch to my splash screen that I have as the landing page for our campaign, so you're not just staring at a white screen. You carry on through following the path, and The trees of the wood part to form a spacious clearing. There are 3 tents which kind of surround a cold, smokeless campfire. You can see 2 humanoid bodies lying near the tents, and the grass beneath them is stained very kind of deep brown from blood.
Yeah, perhaps we should turn around. Seems dangerous.
Warden will just walk right in.
Well, perhaps not.
Warden's that friend. I don't know if we should do this. Guy just walks in. Yeah, you head into the campsite. And the bodies start moving. No. There, yeah, you can kind of see the tents and the dead bodies.
All right. I will roll an investigation check.
Sure.
What do my metal eyes see? Wonderful. That is a 6 plus 0.
You see a couple of dead bodies. A couple of tents. I mean, the obvious parts as you kind of... Are you also actually, like, investigating the bodies specifically, or just kind of investigating the camp in general?
I guess kind of looking for, like, any, like, claw marks, I suppose. Like, to see if I can tell if it was, like, an animal that did this, or...
Yeah, okay. Looking for claw marks, I would say you don't see any kind of tracks or claw marks. As you kind of... I assume also look for claw marks on the bodies, considering you were saying looking for potentially an animal having done this. And as you kind of turn over the first body, you can see very definite, to your very well-trained eyes in this matter, a throat has been slit by what is definitely not an animal appendage. Definitely some sort of weapon.
Curious.
Not done by animals.
Yeah, maybe it was a similar situation to what we just experienced. That these jumped some of the blade. Oh shit! Midnight Blades, Midnight Blade, the group that we're trying to join. That I totally remember the name because it's very cool. The Blades of Midnight, the Midnight Blade, of course. And they tried to waylay some of our fellow adventurers and met the similar fate, perhaps. Perhaps not. I'm making shit up.
Perhaps. And it would be weird though, since they're in a camp, however.
Yeah, that is true. Do they look like brigands, or do they look a little more, fancy, hoity-toity?
They seem to be wearing Midnight Blade leathers. The kind of signature black with silver, all kind of dressed up in hunter gear.
This does not bode well.
Oh. I'm going to maybe like do some rummaging and see if I can't find any other clues.
Are you searching the tents?
Yeah, I'll take a peek in the tents.
Okay. Well, it's mostly because like the only kind of real rummaging is either the bodies or the tents. There's not really much outside of the tents that would be in the way of like chests or backpacks or anything. And there doesn't seem to be a huge amount on these 2 bodies that you can see kind of obviously out in the open. And as you kind of go through their tents, pretty similar, very basic tent setup, bedroll. There's a backpack in the corner that just has kind of supplies for surviving out in the wilds for, you estimate, probably about a week or so, if needed.
Really didn't work.
Yeah, they forgot their anti-throat stab vest. But as you kind of peel back the flap to the third tent, you can see there seems to be a third individual inside their bedroll.
Hmm.
They moving at all?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
They're not moving, but the snake piloting their body is. No.
Okay, that's a 15 plus 2, 17.
17. It dead. It dead. It very dead. There's definitely no kind of movement, breathing, or otherwise.
Warden will pull the bag outside.
Mm-hmm.
You will see Chester has started to go through the pockets of. Oh, hello. What do we have here? Yes.
Another one. Are you
Wow.
searching for identification?
Yes, identification is what I am searching for.
That is a good idea. And he will start searching into the sleeping bag.
Mm-hmm. We'll say, seeing as you're both doing it, between two of you and between the three bodies, you do find a handful of like 30 copper pieces. You also, excuse me, do find kind of on the insides of these leathers kind of tucked into an kind of almost hidden pocket on the inside almost, but it's hidden from the outside, but like if you were to kind of peel back the collar you can see it. It's not like it's supposed to be a hidden compartment, it's just hidden behind the armor. There is like a small scroll of parchment that you can kind of unroll, and it has kind of name, rank within the guild. That was the word I was looking for. They're kind of like ranking within the guild, join date, and then at the bottom of the piece of paper, the Midnight Blade.
Yeah, as Warden takes it out, he'll unfurl it and just stare at it. And like, however long you think it would take for him to read, it takes a lot longer than you'd think. He's a slow reader.
Nice.
Do you share that information with Chester, I assume?
As soon as
Maybe I
he's done
should've.
reading it.
He's just stood there silently for like 10 minutes,
Yep.
saying nothing as Chester's like,
You know what? Just to hop on this bandwagon of stupidity, Chester takes the 30 gold, and it takes him a
copper.
pretty long time to split it in half, because we got a couple of real dum-dums here. Here's your 15, if my math is correct, which it frequently is not. Copper pieces.
This appears to be a roster of some sort.
Interesting. I don't know.
It's like a personal thing. So each one of the three of them have their own with their name, their rank, Midnight Blade.
Oh, like more so like a
dog tag.
Like an ID thing if they needed it.
To
As is
identify
not
the bodies.
wholly uncommon practice in a guild.
This does
Alright.
not fill me with joy of any kind.
Warden would just cover the body in the sleeping bag again.
Nice.
And we should at least take this to the guild.
Yeah, yes, that is true. There may be a reward. You are right.
For the other two, he'll just take some of the tent fabric and then just cover the bodies with that.
Nice.
Try and
Should
seem
we
like,
say a few words, perhaps?
why?
Oh, formality. Dearly beloved, no wait, that's a wedding ceremony. Dearly departed, although we didn't know you very well or tall, you will be missed by others, I assume, unless you're a bunch of jerks. Amen, or some.
Also tough.
Nice. In the top left corner of your screens, you see the gods disliked that. But yeah, you cover up the bodies. What would you guys like to do?
Further wandering, I suppose. Surely we're going to come across some sort of creature eventually.
Surely, right?
Surely.
Back on the road.
Who wants to roll a D100 then?
Oh.
Because this part of the one shot has random encounters, yo.
Fun.
Because why not?
Tell you what.
You have one? I don't.
But if you roll 100, it's a Tarask.
I have a. Yes, I have.
I'll let you roll actual dice. I'm using D&D Beyond, my fuzzy pink set.
Nice.
Steph actually made these with her little resin stuff. They were inspired from another character I played with her. That is an 88.
88. Let me consult my table. Who wants to roll 1d6?
Okay, I'll do the D6 then. I roll.
The first time I think I've ever used a
2.
1d100.
A 2. Let me have a look. Cool. So, you guys set off down the path. What are both of your passive perceptions?
11.
Where is that on my
Should be on the
Oh,
homepage.
yes, 12.
11 and 12. Excellent.
Is it?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Because neither
Brandless
of you
water, my
hear
favorite.
until it is ever so slightly too late. As the sound of rustling can be heard nearby, and then one of the most fearsome sounds one could ever hope to not hear whilst journeying through the woods. You hear, echoing through this dense space, reverberating through the trees, what sounds to be a very loud, low, and deep croak. Like a frog.
You say frog, hemoth. Run for your lives.
Oh god, I wish. Can you imagine? That'd be wild for 2 third levels. What would it? Can't remember what CR
Get out there.
is. I think they're like
it's
CR5.
pretty high. Yeah.
Yeah, no, bear's like CR 3 to 5 or something. But don't worry, it's a reduced threat one that I've homebrewed.
Oh.
Don't worry.
Thank God.
that
I was
mean.
worried.
Hey, you found the owlbear. You're dead.
Yeah. I did have a worry there.
But
Going.
as you are journeying through the trees, you hear a very loud rustle and a snap as a nearby tree just completely topples as not one, but 2 rather large toads. Why did I put this on the table, man? I didn't think through how ridiculous this sounds.
Giant
Toads are always a ridiculous monster to use, but I'm gonna roll with it. As 2 giant toads come leaping through the forests. Azith is a wild place, guys. But it's time to roll initiative.
These woods are deadly.
Baby. Ooh, 21.
I'm gonna have to
Good
find a way
job
to
today.
add you to initiative. I guess I'm just
Nice.
gonna have to put your tokens
Wonderful.
on screen, I suppose, and then no.
A nat 3 for me.
Nice. Where's the add turn button gone? Oh, I'm on the map. Oh, I've put you on the map layer. We'll get there eventually, guys. Add turn. There we go. I didn't think this far ahead. I don't have a frog token.
Oh yeah, I guess that's a random table difficulty. You
Yeah,
have a token for
that'll-
everything.
That'll do that for you. So I'm going to use last week's Dryad.
Green? Is it a green dryad?
It is.
I do
why I'm
recall.
using it. And I'm also going to use last week's Vine Blight for frog number 2.
That's so much
So-
frog-like.
Yeah. Chester was 23, right? Or was that Warden?
21.
21. So Chester was 21. Warden?
3.
3. That's where I got the 3 from. And Frogger number 1. Nice. Good job, Froggo. And number 2. Wow. No. There we go. Now it's in the right order. So, Chester, about 40
Yeah.
feet from you, the first giant toad emerges.
All right, so 40 feet. Oh, damn. I'm just trying to use, if you hit an attack roll. Damn. All right, I think because it is 40 feet, he's going to move up 10 feet, brace himself a little bit, and say, you, sir, are mighty disgusting. Your slimy skin is really abhorrent to behold. And this is, of course, vicious mockery.
Hey, it's a classic, folks.
Wow.
So DC 13 Wisdom.
Yes. Giant toad is unfortunately not giant wise. That's a 13.
Meets it, beats it.
Oh, I thought yours was
So
40.
nothing happens other than he probably feels very bad about himself.
Yes. A single tear rolls down the toad's face. If toads can cry.
Frog tears.
But you know what?
Oh, man.
We don't have giant toads in real life, so we'll say giant toads can cry.
And that'll be me.
Cool. Warden.
All right. He'll move up also 10 feet. And I will hold my action to attack when it's in range.
Nice.
All reliable.
So this first one is going to use its special trait, Amphibious, and breathe the air. And then it's gonna it kind of crawls forwards 10 feet before suddenly leaping because their on-land movement is not that great, but they can standing leap pretty far to close the remaining 20 feet without needing the running start, but it took it anyway because it would have been pointless. Which puts it in range of Warden's held attack as it comes in at Chester for a bite because you just insulted it.
Makes sense.
Ready to roll now?
Yes.
Perfect. 18
18 will definitely hit.
plus 5. So yeah.
That'll definitely hit.
Wonderful. 5, 2, 7 plus 3. That's a 10.
10 damage.
Yes.
Damn. Cool. So that's your held action. I like doing the held actions first, just in case, because if you then just immediately kill them on approach, it's hilarious. More than anything else. But the giant toad is going to come in for a bite attack with a 13 to hit Chester.
That will meet my AC.
In that case, that is 7 points of piercing damage. And you're
bloodied.
grappled.
And I'm grappled and I'm bloodied. Two horrible things to happen to me. A nice person, I swear to God.
Frogs with teeth it's a terrible image. Wow.
It's just this big toothy frog.
Ugh.
And its teeth are little frogs. No. And all of those little frogs have teeth. It's Halloween month.
Too spooky
We
for
did
me,
it. We
thank
got
you.
some spook. And it's just frogs with teeth. That's actually the big bad evil guy of the campaign. It's a frog with teeth. But a second frog emerges from the tree line. And it's a crazy frog. And it's going to assess the situation. Because, of course, frogs are remarkably intelligent, especially the giant variety. And it sees Warden, so it's gonna try and bite you after moving and jumping with a maths 12 to hit, which
No.
doesn't hit. As you deflect the teeth with your greatsword. They have teeth now, it's canon.
God, what have I done?
Chester.
All right. All right. Here is
all right.
a question.
Here's an answer.
Could I use my telekinetic mage hands to knock this creature prone with my bonus action? Or did we decide that's an action? Oh no, it's bonus action. It says here, yeah. So I'm going to try to do that first to hopefully aid in my attacking it second. So that's
are
a
still
DC
grappled.
13 strength. Yeah.
Just by the way.
Yeah. I'm going to try that.
3.
And cross my fingers. All right, so he's prone, which is nice. Take that, you little amphibian creature. I stab at thee.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I just remembered. We're using 1D&D with the new rules glossary because that's the thing we're doing. Haven't you both rolled a nat 1?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then you both have inspiration, I believe.
Oh, okay. Mark.
If I remember correctly, which is why I really should have printed it off, but I'm 99% sure because I was complaining in the last rules glossary that a nat 20 also gives you inspiration, so they've changed it and this time it's if you roll a nat 1, you gain inspiration, which I
I
really
think I like that better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The idea that like you failed and you're like, no, I'm gonna overcome this obstacle in my way. So yes, you both have inspiration.
All
While
right, so
also
I
try and
attack
locate the
this
document.
prone frog with a 18 to hit, which I assume does.
It do.
And he's gonna stab down and deal 13 plus sneak attack since I had advantage. 13 plus 1 is 14. Let go of me.
14 damage. Cool. You do 14 damage to it. And as you do, the tongue that had kind of wrapped around you and was pulling you into its mouth just starts to unravel and spill you out onto the floor as this toad just sinks and drops.
All right, and then he's going to use his
With one
movement
last sad croak.
to sort of get behind Warden. Warden, if you don't mind, I am very hurt, and I am going to hide behind you. Sort of put Warden between him and the other one.
Nice. As the second toad looks over and, Father, no! You monsters! Why am I like this, guys? I was about to roll. I don't know why I'm rolling. It's Warden's turn.
All right.
What would you like to do, Warden?
That is a 5 for attack plus 5, so 10.
That'll hit.
Oh, all right. Surprised to be sure about a welcome one.
You are a bold one.
That's 2 plus 6, 8 plus 3. No, wait. Yeah. 11.
11 damage. Nice. Does that end your turn?
Yes.
In that case, we will say this one, because it was the one that went first, is Dead Boy. Which means he no longer has a turn. The other one is going to attempt to retaliate at Warden. Ah, yes. An epic combat with a mighty roll of 6. As it just bites at the ground where Warden was a second ago before he just calmly stepped back out of the way of the terrifying
You
teeth
fool.
of this toad.
I knocked my light over.
Chester.
Chester is going to sort of step out and get within 10 feet. So I got 10 feet reach and doesn't want to get close to these things since they almost killed him. Take this, you little shit. And
He says to the thing bigger than him.
Oh, nat 20 for a 25.
Nice.
That'll hit.
So, what are we doing for crits? It hasn't
So-
come up yet.
Yes, on a crit, I maximize the first set of dice and roll the second set. So the example I
Alright.
always like to give is if you're hitting with a rapier, you basically do 1d8 plus 8 plus your standard bonus as it is, so you don't double the bonus or anything. But
Okay, so it's 8 plus 6. Oh god, math. My in-character math matches my out-of-character bad at math.
nice.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then sneak attack, since he's within 5 feet. So I'm doing 6 plus a d6 for sneak attack?
Yes.
All right, so
Which gets
6
utterly
plus 10.
ridiculous at higher levels of rogue, but it's fun.
Well, I'm only doing spoiler. I'm only doing 3 levels of rogue, so it's not going to get too crazy. So that's plus 10 because I rolled the 4, so
Nice.
that's a lot.
So the total is
Forgotten by my brain.
Nice.
10 plus 13. It's a lot. It was a lot of damage.
yeah. Well, it's enough to do this. So, would you like to describe your kill?
Yes, please. Okay, so he gets the rapier. Goes one eyeball. Oh, we're pretty sneaky on that. And then the eyeball's like on his rapier. Oh, how about this? Whoa, we're gonna have a little eyeball shish kebab, are we? And then he plops them in his mouth and spits them out at him. Yeah, didn't see that coming, did you? Didn't see that coming, did you?
Not anymore. As it just flops over.
All right, I'm very hurt.
It is dead.
I don't suppose you have any healing in that mechanized metal body of yours, perhaps?
I do not. I don't think.
All right. Well, I could use a rest. Short, perhaps? Long, also perhaps.
Maybe like an hour of light to no activity, you know?
Yeah, something to that effect. Actually, with that in mind, he summons his mage hand and just starts to give himself a nice massage in the back.
Nice.
Yeah. I think that would do well.
Very well then.
Excellent.
Warden
Well.
will just take a knee and not move.
If you guys are going for a short rest, then this is a very good time for the stream to go for a short rest. So, we will take our break now, because short rest is a great time to do that.
Short rest plus short rest. Hey.
Very immersive.
Yes.
Very immersive.
Exactly. Although, we're running that variant rule for the stream, so we're only taking a 10-minute break, but in-game it's an hour. But yes, we will
Part of our feeds.
see...
It's a backstory thing.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's a homebrew thing. Don't worry about it. Don't ask too many questions. But yes, we will see you guys back here in 10 minutes. See ya! we're back, more or less.
Yay, better than ever.
We're back in the game, kicking ass again.
I do want to say for those watching that I rolled a 3, a 3, and a 1, so I'm still not back up to full hit points because I have no con modifier. Yeah, that's right.
Excellent.
I respect it.
What are you gonna do, right? This is why he doesn't like manual things in general.
Well, in good news / just other news, I actually printed off the 1D&D rules glossary now, so I can stop saying I forgot to print it off. So we have the playtest rules glossary, somewhat. So should I need that, I can dip off screen and grab it from my floor. Right. Yes. There we go. We're back.
Better
where
than ever.
Yes. Where we had previously been hunting an owlbear through the woods in the hopes of possibly joining the Midnight Blade for no reason other than some strange omniscient voice told you that that is what you wanted to do. Because that's how one-shots go. So, sorry, not sorry. Your will is no longer your own. But yes, you have made your way through the woods, survived a bandit ambush, survived a toad ambush, which was, of course, totally awesome.
Toad.
And that's where we come back as 2 toady bodies hit the floor as you finish murderizing 2 giant toads. What would you guys like to do?
That was a nice short rest there. I don't feel quite myself, but I'm ready to proceed if you are.
We may. And Warden will stand up from his knee.
He's been there stoically on one knee the whole hour. Love it.
Yeah.
A man of few words, which just means I have to fill the words that are not there, which I do appreciate.
That's literally where you just were. Cool. We want this bit with the other notes. I have notes sometimes. It's wild. We're not used to me being that organized. So, are you guys
Notes.
continuing?
Look at me. Give me inspiration.
You already have inspiration. I can't give you any more.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. Give me double inspiration.
So,
All right.
are you continuing to follow the path?
Yeah.
I'll answer the question for you. You actually are, because it's my one shot and it's my world and you're in my world and it's my story and, you know, what I say goes, because that's how DMing works, right, guys?
Yes, sir.
What are these weird tracks on this road? Some sort of.
We made that
Very
joke
hot.
last week. Okay.
Oh, I watched too. I don't remember it. Damn it.
We made the train track joke last week.
That's parallel thinking. That's all that is.
It's just easy ammo in a one shot. But yes, you continue following the path, obviously. As we jump over. Hey, this one actually worked. You continue following the path and obviously see nothing untoward, particularly out of the ordinary, nothing really to worry about. More and more tree stumps become mingled with the surrounding brush as you work your way through the wood, and the sun is now firmly setting behind you. Before long, most of the trees have been reduced to stumps, and you can spot the distant wood-framed buildings of what appears to be an inactive lumber camp. What was I? That's what I was looking for, your tokens. Foggy brain is good brain. There we go.
I can't move. Oh no, something has gone wrong with my legs.
Yes,
I cannot move either.
you are temporarily paralyzed while I remember that you currently can't control your tokens. Apologies, I'm also resizing the map on the stream so people can actually see things. Yes.
How dare you?
As you step out and all of a sudden, the big bad evil guy casts Hold Person on both of you, and you can no longer move because the save is an automatic fail. So you
Reasonable.
you just automatically fail because that's just how it is. And then he says, "Ha ha ha! You fools! I will be on my way now," and vanishes, and suddenly you can move again. Crazy.
Crazy.
Weirdly, you also don't remember what the big bad evil guy looked like.
I think it looks like Murrah.
Looks weirdly like a bugbear in a really nice outfit.
This fine white suit.
But yes, as you reach this lumber camp, what would you guys like to do? As it's totally inconspicuous, nothing out of the ordinary here. There are no dead bodies lining the camp.
For real? Like, you don't
But
see
yes,
that?
no, it is quite obvious. You can see blood smears, blood
Oh,
trails,
good.
and various bodies strewn around.
Oh me, oh my.
I am failing to see why anyone comes into these woods.
Yeah, it does not make a lick of sense.
Warren's gonna approach the first body.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do another investigation because that has gone so well before.
Do it.
What?
Do it.
And see what might have caused this. Who've done this? What happened? All right, so that's gonna be a 9. How
9.
Inspiration is what's inspiration?
You roll it again. Basically, like you had advantage.
Okay. 11. That's better.
11. I've just minimized something. I don't know what it was. Ah, yes. It was that.
Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. It's actually a 10. Technically.
10.
Minus
Even
1.
better. Even
Yes.
still, it's quite clear as you kind of look at this mangled body and the strange blood trail around it. There is quite clearly a wagon track around, through the blood, and through the body.
Hmm.
So like he got run over.
Yeah,
What I'm
it looks
referring.
that way.
Hmm.
I hope he was insured.
Have you or a loved one ever been run over by a wagon?
I've had an accident. That's one for
Oh,
you
well.
British television watchers there. Assume you guys don't have Underdog.
I watch a lot of British television, but that is not one I'm familiar with.
It's right. I won't go into detail because we're not sponsored.
Alright, so hit and run explains this individual here, but what about this one? It's laid out on this log here.
Yeah, you can make a medicine
Everything gone wrong.
investigation.
Alright, let me
He got
have
run over
look.
by a tree.
That will be a 4.
He got
They
run over by
double
no.
Yeah.
again, like, I mean, you're not quite sure what, why, where, how. But, you know, some things are fairly obvious, even if you rolled a 4. Especially if you're looking for wagon tracks and there are none, and instead there's multiple stab wounds.
Stab again. Warden, do you know if a owlbear can wield a weapon?
Oh my god, we're dealing with a sword-wielding owlbear.
Sword-wielding owlbear.
I do not believe so.
Okay, well, let's not rule it out.
That's his wise.
It's
Yes.
were owlbear.
mean- You look like a bear. You wield weapons, so
Yeah, my species, race, depending on how you want to break it down, is called a bugbear. Are you familiar?
Is Warden familiar?
no.
All right, well, we are a fine and noble race, much loved by all.
Debatable.
We're just gonna take a knee and try to investigate this long smear.
Go for it. Investigation, medicine, survival.
Let's see, what do I have in? Let's go with survival. Sev. Nothing in that. That's better than -1. So only up from here, right? That's a 10.
10. It's definite, like, you can see the drag marks. Again, some things quite easy to spot. It's not even just me being nice, like, you know, a few things are quite easy to spot sometimes in these sorts of scenarios, and you can see, like, there are definite kind of drag marks towards the far wagon, which you can quite easily see has a definite pile of bodies on it.
Yeah, dead.
That is a lot of bodies. Do we hear anything actually, or is this like a totally quiet
Make a perception
logging
check.
camp?
No, I make one as well.
Yeah.
11.
$13.
With the 13, I'll say you can hear faint sound of talking from the buildings, plural.
Ooh.
Like there's kind of noise coming from both buildings.
I will investigate this.
I will
Yeah.
come with you.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Or
I'm
just
gonna
gonna have his sword ready. Just gonna peer in.
Okay.
yeah,
You're
Chester
peering
gonna
in
sneak up.
door, window.
Window.
Are you making any effort to be stealthy?
Chester
It's-
was.
Yeah, Chester can. I feel like Warden doesn't.
Right, Chester was.
Yeah. That's
The
fine.
other dude. So Chester roll a stealth check. If Warden isn't making any attempts, then do
Ooh,
not.
not 20 for 23.
There you go. So Warden, you kind of look back and Chester has just vanished. But you head over, stomp over, you peering in through a window. Make a perception check.
+2, so that's gonna be 18.
18. You can see through the window. Very, very grimy window. It's not been cleaned in a very long time. But you can see there appears to be kind of very low candlelight inside on a table where two people seem to be sat opposite each other, playing cards. However, I know it'd be their passive perception, wouldn't it? I was going to make a perception check for them, but they're not actively looking. They don't know. It's their passive perception to see if they hear you clomping over to them. I mean, Chester's obviously pretty good, you know. Warden, on the other hand, stomping over to the window and just standing there like...
Low.
Passive perception is a 10. I mean, so they definitely don't know Chester's there. I'll make a quick perception check, see if they hear Warden, because they are busy. They're preoccupied. They're playing a game. It's 14, which I wouldn't normally call out, but, you know. We'll say, seeing as Warden wasn't really making much effort to be quiet, you see one of the heads kind of jerk up at the table, and you hear the oh-so-classic telltale, "Is someone there?" Must have been the wind.
Yes.
Is someone there? You picked a bad time to get lost, friend. Is someone there?
Can't wait to count your coin.
No, but yeah, you do hear like a someone there from that table on the inside. Are you doing or saying anything? As we can probably assume Chester at that point ducks under the window, considering he was being sneaky.
He was considering just answering, but was
Oh,
waiting
fair
to
enough.
see what the...
Feel free to.
You. Well, shall I? You appear to have cart problems.
You see both figures kind of stand up from the table and draw weapons from their belts. One of them comes in the direction of where you were talking, just kind of on the window, piercing as they see you just stood there outside the window.
If I can.
Yes.
Oh, God. I really just want to, like, punch the window and pull him through. Because that's, like, the most Terminator thing I could think of right now.
Your clothes, give them to me.
Can I?
If you want to try, go ahead. As you have that brief moment where you see him kind of startle back.
That is a 14. Would that be a strength for you?
Yes.
Alright, so that's a 19.
19. Cool. So, you definitely successfully punch through the window. Let me
Wonderful.
just double check the modifications on grapple, which I believe now is just an attack roll. In fact, I'm certain it is. I just want to double check they haven't changed it, because I've been using it a lot with my monk that I play in my home game. Because I have like 5 attacks, so I just make one of them a grapple and punch people repeatedly in the throat. No, that's the grappled condition. Attack action. If they haven't modified it for this new rules glossary, then that means it is still part of the attack action. So you can make an attack and then choose to not do damage and instead grapple him and pull him through the window. I will allow it because it's funny. And also because he's not
Let me see.
actually being hurt.
That's the 16, and what modifier would that be?
Your attack modifier. So you're literally just making like a normal
Okay.
attack. But the idea is you, I think it's, yeah, you just make an attack and then you just, rather than deal damage, grapple them.
An unarmed attack, yeah?
Yes.
Or do you use your weapon? Yeah.
I think it can be
that makes-
any attack, but because as long as you have a free hand, you can do it. So I guess it
I'll
would
say
technically be an
unarmed,
unarmed strike.
I suppose. So that'd be
Either
a
way.
+5. So
Yeah.
16 +5.
That will hit. As he's just like, hey, come have a look at this. What the hell is... Grab him, drag him out the window with a... And the other just... "Ah!" Draws weapon, charges out the door. We will add in some tokens. So we'll put the first one here, next to you.
I know
Second
you.
one is coming
And your
out
brother
of the
as
door
well.
here. As he help. Want to roll initiative? Seeing as you've just violently pulled someone through a window.
Yeah.
14.
Alright. There we go. That's a 20.
Nice.
So that's a 22.
So combat tracker. Why did it not add to the combat tracker? There we go.
Oh
Why
god.
does it always add my monsters like 4 times?
So many of them. It was scary.
Right, so Chester was 14, did you say?
14. Yep.
And Warden was 20...
22.
22. And then the bandits. I mean, the what? Not bandits here. No.
Bandits. Oh, I hate
I show-
bandits.
I don't think they are. I'm just using their stat blocks.
They give thieves a bad name.
Yes, they're actually not. I'm just using bandit stat blocks. Right, so the first one got... They have a +1, so he got 2. And the other one got 11. And then the final 2. Oh my god, they rolled the same number. Which is great, because if you guys get simultaneous initiative, so do your enemies.
Shoot.
But up first, we have Warden, as you drag this guy screaming through the window. What would you like to do?
Surprise, motherfucker. Anyway, let's roll a greatsword attack. Yay! That's a 7. Okay. So 7 plus 5. That's 12.
That will just hit.
Oh, wonderful.
Where's a good place to put the initiative tracker there?
There's a whole 6 for damage.
6 damage. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. There we go. He's taken 6 points of damage. Excellent. Does that end your turn?
Yes.
Chester.
Chester going to come here and just look at this individual. Chester Fields, pleased to meet you, and stab him probably in the back. Ooh, that all hits. 22 to hit.
Yes.
It's going to be a lot because I haven't got to use this yet. Surprise attack, which is, if you're unfamiliar with bugbears, if you hit a creature with an attack roll, the creature takes an extra 2d6 damage if it hasn't taken a turn yet.
There you go.
So this is going to be a lot of damage. Let me do my rapier first, which is 15 damage on the rapier. Wait, that
Damn.
makes sense.
I was going to say how? 8
Yeah.
plus...
Oh, it's
Whatever
adding
your
the sneak
bonus
attack.
is.
Why is it adding the sneak attack for me?
Oh, that's fun.
Huh. That's weird. Okay, so that's with the sneak attack, which I don't know why it added that automatically.
No.
Weird. Okay, so 14 plus... Oh my god, 10. So 24.
Wait, so what was the rapier damage? Because
Do
do you have sneak attack?
Yeah,
You
because
don't,
he's
do you?
within 5 feet of.
Oh, yeah. Right.
What's his nuts?
Yes.
But I don't know why it automatically added it. That's sort of weird.
That's fair
Every
enough.
other time I've had to push it. So 24 total.
Yes, 24 will do it. As he did. Stab
Okay,
him
and
in the
then that
chest
was-
repeatedly.
So that was 5. So I will go 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And come around the other way. And then
Smart.
that will be, what's my bonus action situation? Do I have to be able to see for Bardic Inspiration?
Believe
That can hear.
it's just
Okay,
here,
so
yeah.
here. So he's going to say, way to go, pulling that guy through the window. That was a pretty sick move. I look forward with anticipation to seeing more of that sort of thing. And there's your Bardic Inspiration.
Just as like he has like his hand around the guy's like collar or whatever, he's just beating him in with the pommel of the sword. He just goes over and thumbs up, and then continues.
Excellent. If that ends your turn,
It does, yes.
then these two boys in this house have simultaneous initiative, which means they can move at the same time. So that's another one of my homebrew rules for those who don't know. If two players, or indeed two NPCs, roll the exact same initiative, they can either choose to go separately or act together. Those of you who listened to Campaign 1 will be familiar with some of the fun tactics that people came up with and combo moves. Unfortunately, it works for enemies as well. So they come charging out of the house after hearing a crash and a scream for help. And they are going to crouch down behind this tree stump and fire at Warden with their crossbows.
Good. Well, I'm taking one of those crossbows. Assuming
The
we don't die.
First person's attack is a 12 to hit Warden, which I believe misses. And the second is a 13.
Nope.
As you're just smashing this guy's face in with the pommel of your greatsword, you just feel two bolts shatter against your back.
Starting to rain.
But as he spits a tooth at you, it is now your new friend's turn. As he's wildly swinging his scimitar at you.
Not your friend, pal.
I'm not your pal, buddy! 14 to hit with the scimitar.
Nope.
He's a bit predisposed with all of the pommel in his eyes. Warden, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
You're in danger. Ooh, that's a 19.
Hits.
Lovely. That's more like it. We have a 6 and a 2, so that's 8 plus 3, 11.
11 damage total.
Yeah, 11 damage total.
Nice. As you're just thundering into him. Will you please stop hitting my... Slumps.
That one got them. He just turns to the two archers.
You see the single bead of sweat on both of them.
I imagine it's like how in Goblin Slayer you just see like the one glowing eye through the helmet visor.
That was your turn. Chester.
Chester gonna pop out, gonna look at we'll say the one at the top, and say, your friends died quite easily, and I expect you will have similar fates, with some vicious mockery.
Nice.
Yeah, so 13. You gotta beat.
9.
Okay, so you take
Which one were you targeting?
the top one, the further north. Let's say takes a massive 2 damage, and of course has disadvantage on his next attack. Then he's gonna sort of look toward. We gonna let them come to us? That's my plan. And then he ducks back behind the building.
Let them come.
Cool. In that case, as one of them wipes the tears from his eyes after being viciously mocked, they both take aim again at Warden because he's a lot easier to hit right now. In theory.
Take it.
The first one is a mighty 10 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
The second is a 19.
Uh-oh, that'll hit.
So this one is like catches you mid-turn. The first one kind of hits the shoulder as you're turning. The second just goes straight through the visor.
Have you been?
I got him!
That's the first time I've been hit.
Okay, I kind of thought so. It was bound to happen sooner or later.
You
just see
take
his head go back,
and
and
lower.
it comes back down.
9 points of damage. I rolled max damage.
Wow.
Hell
Nice.
yeah.
Not bad.
As they just fist bump. And it's Warden's turn.
Warden
He
is now a
angry.
unicorn.
He is
He's
the
a-
first
he's a
ever
fabulous
Warforged
unicorn.
unicorn.
Oh boy. So, I do have a light crossbow. Can I flavor it as it's like in? And I flavor it like it's like in my arm.
I was gonna say you're like Robocopping this, like your knee
Yep.
comes open and a gun comes out. Sure.
Yep. Wonderful.
You guys remember
Shoot.
when RoboCop shot that guy in the dick?
Yeah.
There.
Very vividly, yes.
Yeah. The more I think about it, the more vividly I can picture it. Good
That's
times.
going to be a 16.
16 will hit. I'm still laughing at Robocop. Yeah, 16 will hit.
That'll be a 8 for damage.
8 damage. Are you attacking the one that's already been damaged or the other one?
Yeah, I can do the one that's already damaged. I think it's better to
Nice.
focus on a single target.
As he was,
Usually.
funnily enough, the one who hit you. As he kind of turns to his friend, he's like, "Hey, I got him!" Turns back and, "Oh, my eye! He got me! He got me back!
All right.
I did not think he'd do that! Oh, God.
And now I close the distance.
Like the Tom Cruise sprint. Oh God, he's coming! Chester.
Alright, Chester going to briefly pop out again. Hello again, it's me, Chester Fields. You there with the arrow in your eye, that actually makes you look better somehow, you ugly mother fudger. Yeah, no need to swear every time. That'll be some
You dick.
vicious that'll be some vicious mockery on him.
Of course. It's a 13 exactly, plus 0.
Okay, so no damage for that. Then he's going to use his bonus action to try to telekinetically knock him prone. Well, if that didn't work, perhaps this will. And that's a DC 13 strength save.
That is a 14.
I didn't do anything this turn, but you're still gonna die. And then he pops back.
As he's just like, "Your words are nothing." And then there's a brief pause and, something just pushed it further into my eye! As the telekinetic shove didn't quite push him over, but it did push the bolt in a bit further. Cool. In that case, it's their turns. One of them is going to drop his crossbow and pull a sword on you, Warden. The other one is going to carry on taking pot shots because there's still a tree stump between you and him. So for now, he's actually no, he can because he doesn't need to disengage. He's going to step back a bit, but not so far back that he's out of the view of our intrepid viewers. He's going to step next to the tent and he's kind of like trying to get a bit of cover from how the tent kind of comes out to the side, and he's going to take another shot at you whilst the second one swings at you. The shot is a grand total of 7, and the sword is a grand total of 16.
Nope.
Both
Well, I like to
miss.
hear.
Damn. This is why Warden charges the enemies and Chester doesn't.
Why I hide
Yeah.
behind a shed.
As this second one draws his scimitar and swings at you, and the blade just shatters on your chest. He looks down at it and drops it, draws another one. And it's now
man,
your turn,
having
Warden.
Clever. Actually, can I do a riposte on that?
Sure.
I got them back, so might as well, right?
I'll allow it.
All right. That is a 6 plus 5. Yes, so 11.
Will miss.
You
As
have
you're
a
like-
bardic inspiration.
Do you have a bardic?
He does.
How much
D6
is your
no
bardic?
less.
Oh, okay.
D6.
That's a 4. So that's a 15? Yeah.
Yeah. So, as this blade shatters, you go in with the riposte, and he kind of grins at you, drops the shattered blade, draws the new one, and kind of uses it to deflect this greatsword, and is like, "Ah, not as great as you thought you were, are you?" And then looks down, and the sword's just lodged in his hip.
Very
Um,
nice.
And it's your turn.
Do you want me to roll damage for that?
Yes, I do.
I love it when bardic actually works.
4.
Like that.
He literally needed the tiniest little bump, so
Yeah.
perfect.
Yep. You'd love to see it. So that's 4 plus 3, 7, and an extra 6 from superiority dice.
Nice. So 13. Well, this guy actually has Warforged resistance and Fighter resistance,
Oh, of
and
course.
they
I
stack,
didn't think of that.
so he takes a quarter of the damage. Yeah.
Fair.
Of course.
Cool. But it's your turn.
All right. Now I'm just gonna hit him normally. Ooh, that's a 5. Plus, 5. So 10.
10 will miss.
Understandable. Have a nice day. That'll be it
As-
for me then.
You weren't quite expecting him to still be so mobile after taking a great sword to the hip, but he kind of jumps to the side and deflects with the scimitar with a very loud cry of pain at the same time, but he still manages it. Chester.
Chester's going to 5, 10, 15, 20. Can I see? Yeah, you know what? I'll go for the one in front of. With another vicious mockery. You're about to die, and it's because of a Rubit. What do you think of that? Not very fun.
Wow. 3.
All right, so it takes maximum damage. Maximum 4 damage. And has disadvantage on his next. Then he's gonna just hop through this window and look at the card table and see if there's any money on it. Perhaps they were gambling.
As the last thing you see before you do this is just like, yeah, what do you think about that? You watch as the bandit just kind of, or not the bandit, but still, pauses, looks at Warden. You watch him look down at the scimitar, and he just turns it and just stabs himself and dies because the vicious mockery damage killed him. But it's funny
Wow.
to flavor it that way.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
just mockery death. That's like the worst stuff.
Yeah,
And
you
you know what, sir?
literally insulted him to death.
You're going to have disadvantage on the pearly gates as well. And then
With
bonus
regards to
action is-
searching the table, I believe
Just gonna-
that's still an action.
All right, then he'll just peer at it for next time.
Although, once we have everyone's class stuff for the playtest, I do believe, I can't remember if it's rogues in general or if it's just the thief subclass, but they can do the search action as a bonus
yeah.
action,
I don't think I can.
which is
I'm not
Awesome.
going thief anyway.
but that ends your turn, and he is deaded, and the other one with the crossbow is going to take another crossbow shot, but first he's going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Take some cover behind the wagon of bodies.
I can
here.
see you.
And just shuffle the map up a bit. There we go. And that crossbow bolt is 17.
My souls roll out of the way.
But not just the one though, right? It's the full circle roll. You dodged a bit too early, so now you have to roll again.
Yeah. I anticipated.
As the bolt just into the ground next to you. And it's your turn. Warden does not care how far you move. He will find you.
Now, Warden is a bishop, so he can only move to corners. So. He's going to come over here, doesn't care about his cover.
Nice.
And I'm going to make an attack. I'm not going to make an attack. That's 3. That's a 3.
You miss. As he just under the wagon.
Yeah, I just see like a Jason Voorhees like about to cut down, but like he gets lodged into like the wood of the wagon.
Absolutely. Chester.
Can I see this individual from here? Kind of looks like I can, but double check.
Depends if you're searching the table or looking out the window.
Well, I was thinking of using my bonus action to try to knock him prone, and then my action to search the table. This is my game plan if I can see him from here.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So, sit down, and he's gonna potentially pull him down.
15.
He will not pull him down. And then I will.
Something is
investigate.
pushing this bolt further into my eye!
Then he's going to use his action to not help his new friend and search for coin with a 12.
With a 12. You don't find any coin on the table. What you do find, however, is a sheet of paper very much like your own, which was the sign-up sheet for the hunt.
Interesting. All right, so he'll just sort of get out of the window. Yeah.
Okay.
And that'll be his turn.
This poor man with a bolt in his eye is gonna barrel roll out from where he was cowering under the wagon and use half his movement to stand up, and then he's going to drop the crossbow and, as part of his attack, stab at you with a scimitar for all the good that's gonna do. If I don't drop my dice before I roll them. That's a dirty 20.
Oh, a dirty 20. Yeah, sure, that hits.
So dirty.
Ooh. Hey,
What's the damage on this? Pitiful. That's what it is. But I'll use my metal dice for more drama. 5 points of damage
owie.
as he just finds one of the joints in the armor and stabs through to where the wiring is.
All right.
But that'll end his turn. And it's now your turn.
Just whisper to him, I pumped vigor. And I'm gonna stab him. Ooh, nat 20.
Nice.
Let's go. What are the rules for nat 20 again?
Maximize the first set of dice. So with a greatsword, it's 2d6 plus 12 plus your bonus to hit, to damage even.
Jeez, how do you want to do this? Fuck.
Pretty much. But it's nice to know what he rolled.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. For this,
I like to hear the big numbers.
Oh yeah.
Neuron go. All right. The way I'm gonna flavor this is he grabs the dude by like the scruff of his shirt or whatever,
Nice.
and then with one arm just kind of like throws him over his shoulder and face first into the ground, just letting the arrow puncture all the way through now.
Nice. Nice. And your damage total was?
Oh, for you want my actual damage total?
Oh yeah, we might as well. We want to know what you roll.
Okay.
You definitely killed him, but like, it's
Well,
nice to know.
that's a 10 already.
Nice. Plus 12. Because
It's 12.
and then plus your damage bonus.
That's also like that's a 3.
So what, like
That's a lot
25?
of math.
Yeah, 25.
That's a lot of
Nice.
math, man.
It's
It's too early for
enough
me.
to have killed
25,
him
pretty good.
twice. As you just whoop. He very dead.
Amazing. Well, that's that.
What was that sound? Oh my god, what have you done?
As you come out to see him just throw this guy over his shoulder.
Ah, the humanity. Well, they were jerks.
They were.
They deserved it.
But what would you guys
And
like to do?
I'm gonna take a peek into this cart.
The body cart. Sure.
Yes. What type of people are these? Are these like peasants,
Varied.
villagers?
Make a perception check.
That is a 19.
$19. As you look through this cart, they don't seem to be peasants by any means. They all seem like, you can see like kind of holsters and all those sorts of things for weapons. There's armor. And as you start looking through, you definitely start to recognize some of the faces as some of the other hopeful applicants to the Midnight Blade.
Okay, well, this is a travesty, but it does probably mean we're more likely to get in.
To be fair, it looks like we're the last ones standing.
You gotta find those silver linings.
Our
You know
odds
what
are
I
better
mean?
now.
Now we just have to kill the other one.
Yeah, then we're
It's like
definitely in.
4 max.
Similar question from before regarding the scimitar. Do you have any desire to have these crossbows? I wouldn't mind getting my hands. I do not currently have anything that can shoot at range.
What type of crossbows are these?
Light crossbows.
You can have them. I already have one.
I'll give a fighter that answer for free. Fighters know their weapons, and it's just a basic light crossbow. There's nothing fancy going on, so you can look at it and go, "This is a light crossbow."
I'm proficient, so I must at least know them a little bit.
Oh yeah.
How many? You might want to roll for this, I bet. How many bolts can I find on these individuals? Because I don't have any of that either.
I mean, most of them are either in or shattered off of Warden, or the ground around where he was. But you do manage to recover, we'll say, 13 bolts.
Perfect. 13.
Take one.
Right.
He'll take the one out of his head and hand it over.
Oh, thank you, most kind.
It's a little blunt, but probably still usable.
All right. I now have a crossbow.
Do 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 do.
13. Cool.
Hand over one of the
Automatic.
crossbows, and he does the do 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 do.
All right. Well, this is a very dangerous group that we were trying to get involved with, apparently.
I don't think that they are with the riders. Or the blade. What was the organization name again?
The Midnight Blade.
Blade.
Midnight Blade. Okay. I don't know why I was saying rider. You don't think
The
they're
Night
with
Riders.
Blades, do you?
No, but they did have the list of people who signed up, which is interesting.
Not the list of people who signed up. It's the like the sheet that you signed that you also have with you. It has your name. You're basically licensed to go on this hunt. I should have made
So
that a
does
bit
that-
clearer. My apologies.
Does that mean they are part of the people who signed up for the hunt, then?
Quite possibly.
Or they said list? Yeah. Interesting. Could mean that people who signed up to join this group are shady. For shame.
Indeed.
Yes.
I agree with that statement.
Perhaps we check the larger building. I saw two of them came out of there.
Yeah, Warren will make his way over there.
Okay, you head inside. From the ceiling drops. No, we're not doing that this time. I'm picking something else to drop from the ceiling. It's not Beholder this campaign. But yeah, you head
Tasteful
inside.
chandelier.
It's a pretty similar scenario to the other kind of ramshackle lumber camp outpost building. There's a very basic table and chairs. This one does kind of have a staircase going to a higher floor. And there's kind of like a very rough partition between kind of where the table is and where this vague kitchen area is. And you can see kind of various items and objects scattered around the table.
Is the
also-
fires lit?
Apologies, also. So, again, similarly to the other one, there is like dim candlelight, but you can also see in this larger building. I was looking at the wrong house notes. In one end, about 5 feet from the table, is what seems to be a small chest.
Chester. Eyes light up at the sight of a chest, of course. Oh,
Hey.
well. That could contain the location of the owlbear we're searching for, probably on a map. Why don't I open it up? And he will first check for traps.
Hey, no one ever does that in my games. They're idiots. I've blown up a lot of players. Yeah.
My
Go
investigation,
ahead and make...
not,
Yes.
not that good.
Mimic
Plus
food.
0. That'll be a 9.
Doesn't seem to be trapped.
Safe as houses.
But I will say, obviously, because as part of it you are inspecting it quite closely, you do see a padlock on the front of the chest.
All right, let me just... I seem to have some tools that may help with this on my person. Isn't that interesting?
Pulls out a
and he will
buzzsaw.
He will try to pick the lock.
Yeah, go for it. So that's
That'll
a
be
dexterity check with
12.
proficiency if you're proficient.
Yeah, I was.
A 12. As you pick in to the padlock, you're feeling around for the pins. It's a lot harder than you were anticipating. And there's a moment where one of the tools kind of slips, but you just kind of catch it and push the pin back up, and there's a bend. You're real close to bending your tool, but then there's a... as the padlock unlocks.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Nice click out of 3.
So, it is unlocked. As you open it, the paint cannon inside... No, I should put more of those in, that's funny. New idea for kobold den traps. Paint cannons.
And if kobolds were on YouTube, they'd be making prank videos just nonstop.
They're definitely like Amazon package glitter bomb YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
So you find inside a handful, 3 to be exact, small leather coin purses.
Interesting. No map yet, but this could buy a map, perhaps.
Yeah, it's the first thing you see. You do also find 2 gems. One looks suspiciously like a diamond, and one looks suspiciously like a ruby. You know, they're fairly well-known gemstones as far as gemstones go. And then there are 2 vials of reddish liquid and what appears to be a crystal ball.
Ooh, jackpot. Most interesting. Well, I'm a fair and equitable sort. Do you have a preference when it comes to, say, these 2 gems? Red, white, clear, reddish, ruby, diamond?
You just get silence back. As the visor just stares at you.
You know what? He's going to sort of judge his aesthetic and say, you know what? I think the red, and he passes the ruby.
Slots it into the visor. Cool. So
and I will take
Warden
this
takes the ruby.
diamond.
Cool. You can obviously at any point attempt to appraise things, or just make a guess at how much you think gems.
How much
might
do
be
I
worth.
think this diamond is worth, would you say?
I'll say make an intelligence check.
Perfect. Minus.
Has
one.
Warden had
Okay.
much dealing? Warden Chester had much dealing with gems?
Yeah. Definitely.
I
Nine.
was thinking, like, is he more of a money man or is he a gem guy or a bit of both?
Just material wealth in general. He's a
Yeah,
fan.
just to kind of help me set that DC.
Yeah. 9 anyways.
9. I'd say it's enough to get you in a rough ballpark. Depending on the vendor, possibly, and you might be wildly wrong on this, you'd need to get your tools that you left back home to have a proper look. So you don't know if there's any scratches or anything, but like, if it's as good as you hope, maybe somewhere in the region of 50 to 70, if not, possibly somewhere in the regions of kind of 20 to 40 gold pieces.
But approx 20 to 70.
Yes.
How about the well, I guess if you want to
Similar for the
praise your
ruby.
own ruby, similar for the ruby. All right, and
In the interest
gold.
of time. Yes, the coin purses are threefold. You open them up. They are
I
quite
do.
clearly organized in a bag of copper, a bag of silver, and a bag of gold. There is 2,400 copper pieces. There is 900 silver pieces, and there is 70 gold pieces.
All right, so let me just do some laborious math here. And he divides it in half.
1, 2,
That's basically what he does. His math
1
skills
for
are,
me, and 1 for you, and 1
are on
for
par
me,
with mine.
and 1 for you.
Here is your
You're both sitting at the table as this happens.
Here is your 1,200 copper pieces. Perfect. Let's see. Here is your 450 silver pieces. Lovely.
It's 1,200.
Yeah, for copper. And your 35 gold pieces.
It's almost like I made them numbers that are easily divisible by 2.
Not
And-
easy enough.
Okay, what was the silver
Well,
again?
yeah, I'm not that nice.
I think it's the numbers.
1,200, 450, and 35.
And one more time with the gold.
35.
35.
35. Thank you.
No Electrum? Oh my. Well,
I'm certain that is only used in Barovia. Plus, I hate it.
yeah, no.
But it was funny when I was using it in Curse of Strahd and all they found was Electrum.
God, you monster.
I was using the module, it's all it gives them because there is no gold and stuff in Barovia. He just mints Electrum with his face on them. I'm not a monster if the only money they were finding is Electrum. But yes, it did then mean they couldn't really use it outside of Barovia.
Yeah. I have a similar thing in my game. I make my players go through an exchange.
But yeah, and then there's those 2 reddish potions and
Yeah.
the somewhat small crystal ball-like object. Oh, actually, as well, I should have mentioned, in the pouch which contained the gold was also a small folded-up piece of paper.
I will read
Morton
the
will read it.
paper. Morton will read the paper.
Cool. You unfold it, you have a look. It is not the best handwriting, for sure. But you can just about make out. It says, infiltrate the Midnight Blade. Kill the other applicants if you have to. Just make sure you get inside. Once inside, we'll have a foothold in Jura. May the glory of the Sun God shine true forever.
All right. So 10 minutes after, as he's looking at this, 10 minutes go by, and he'll relay that to you.
Well, that's I know I've said before that things are not boding well, but things are boding less and less well. Infiltrate. All
I
right.
don't know who this Sun God character is.
Well, most primitive cultures have references to a sun god, so could be anyone.
You can make a religion check if you guys are wanting to. The
Couple
two
of real dum-dums.
religious
Oh,
characters
okay.
here.
17.
Oh,
3. Yep.
there's just the AOL dial-up coming from Warden. Chester, though, with a 17, you might not necessarily be a religious man yourself, but, you know, you need to know things to blend in and snoop around and know your targets. You know the Divine Council, the main ruling gods that are kind of the force for good. You know the Council of the Fallen Lords, which is basically the opposite. You know a handful of the gods in between, the Raven Queen, the God of Virtue, some of the more neutral gods that are somewhat minor in comparison. You've definitely never heard mention of a sun god.
All right. I do not know of this particular deity.
Outside of, as you say, you know, more primitive cultures worshipping the sun as either a god itself or having their own kind of internal sun god.
The real sun god was the friends made along the way.
Yes. That's the one.
Cut off there. I didn't hear most of that.
Probably best you didn't.
Okay. Good.
The real sun god is that dude from JoJo who nearly killed them all with dehydration.
Yeah.
But yeah. What would you guys like to do?
I will hand
Strike
over
a
a
JoJo
red.
pose.
I will hand over one of the red potions.
Cool.
Do you have any idea what this might be? I have a feeling I know what it is.
What do I check? Well,
Arcana. Or medicine. Might as well. I feel like medicine's alright for judging potions. It'll...
We got a 16 in Arcana.
Nice.
4. So for all he knows, it's a red Powerade.
Yeah. So which one are you checking out, Chester, with your 16?
I used Arcana for that.
Yeah, but which potion?
Oh, they're
Because
not
I'm
the
a
same?
dick. No.
The one in my hand. The one that I didn't hand over.
Okay. In that case... yes, sorry. Again, I should have made it a bit clearer. One's in kind of like a pyramid-y bottle with a cork stopper. The other one is in more of like a straight vial. So which would Chester be holding?
I'll go pyramid.
Cool.
It's a cool shape
Yep.
for a bottle.
And probably the more easily identifiable of the two as a somewhat regular, more well-known potion. It is a potion of greater healing.
Greater.
Yes, it only
Nice.
works on cheese graters.
Warden will hand it over and say, I believe it is either cherry flavor or strawberry.
How come it doesn't come up? Healing. Oh, there it is. Potion of healing. Brackets.
Yeah, they
greater.
do it
Alright.
really annoyingly on D&D Beyond. It's got me every single time. I'm like, where's the damn... Oh, it's potion of healing. Greater. But yeah, you have one potion of healing and one mystery potion. Not to be confused with other mystery potions I sometimes have available during campaigns where it's mystery effect. Maybe you'll turn into a horse, who knows? Although it could be one of them. You don't know that yet.
Instead of a horse, Warden will turn into a motorcycle.
And the crystal ball, would you
Yes.
like to carry? Or shall I?
I'm
really
strong enough
split
to
this.
carry it.
Alright, until we can figure out what it does. If it, in fact, does do anything.
Really shiny.
Crystal.
Putting
There's a crystal ball on. Yes, there is. I'll just add that.
Yeah, so that adds the Crystal Ball Arcane Focus item. Which is a good placeholder for something that looks and feels suspiciously like a crystal ball. So, what would you guys like to do?
Well, we got some coin in our pockets now. We could just go get a drink somewhere.
You could.
That's what every
believe we
DM
should-
wants to hear. Let's just go.
Literally
I
mirror
believe
all
we
of
should
last
inform
campaign.
the. I believe we should inform the Midnight Blades about
Yes.
this.
And I'm starting to think that the owlbear is the least of their worries. So perhaps we, I mean, if we see it on the way back, maybe we take care of it.
Indeed.
All right. You know what? You're smart. I like you.
And you, friend Chester, are deadly with your words.
Oh yes, yes. Words are powerful.
You are my friend now, I decided.
Ooh, wow! That didn't take as long as I thought it was. I'm very charismatic.
You
know
have
what I
proved
would say?
yourself. Very brave warrior.
I would say on a scale of say 1 to 20, I'm around a 17 on the charisma scale, if you will.
Oh, man.
So, what are you guys doing?
I suppose we head back to the guild hall.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Can do if you want.
No.
Ignore my
I need to go
owlbear.
tonight.
It's fine. It's okay. No, I'm joking. If you want to head back, you can.
I mean, searching for owlbear signs on our way back.
Yeah.
Maybe we get lucky.
Aggressive hoots.
it's fine. You've ruined my one shot now. It's okay. No. Yeah, if you want to search for signs on the way back, like owlbear, 1 mile this way, you can give me perception, investigation, or survival checks.
There. Must be this tall to fight the owlbear. That's an 8.
Nice.
I got +1 to some of these, and that's a 5.
5.
You know what? I'm
You
going to
can
use
see-
my
Oh.
inspiration for
Oh.
this. This is
Go for it.
important, I feel like. Not 20. It's in the chat,
Damn.
by the way. Or in the
Nice.
thing. The thingamabobber.
Nice.
For 21.
You see under a waterfall in the distance, just giving himself a quick wash as the owlbear. No. Nice big brush. Clearly wielding a sword. You were right. It's a sword-wielding owlbear.
I knew it.
No. Are you taking the same route back, or are you attempting any sort of different route back?
I think we could probably take the same one.
Cool.
Who's smartest to me?
Yeah. As you're kind of starting back through Chester, you do notice kind of leading just slightly away from the lumber camp, there do seem to be rather large bear-like prints.
Interesting. Okay, let me throw this at you, Warden. We come back not only having defeated the evil infiltrators, but also the owlbear that we were sent out to destroy in the first place. We will be hailed as heroes.
Very well then. Point the way.
This away, and he points in the direction the tracks are headed.
He goes right that direction.
Warden activates his
you.
HUD. A little map marker shows up from Chester. Yeah.
Quest added.
You follow the tracks. And they do very much kind of veer off the path, funnily enough. Who'd have thought owlbears don't use roads? Except sometimes when they do. But as the trees kind of get somewhat denser, and you head through, keeping a cautious eye on the path so you don't lose where you're going, you do eventually come across a rock knoll marked with a yawning cave mouth, which fills the center of what is effectively, it's kind of like trampled down in a way, forest clearing. All of this kind of surrounding brush is very, very well trod. There's various kind of pushed over and collapsed trees and logs. Very clear signs of a large bear-like creature having done these things. How bizarre. Who would have thunk it? I didn't think through the sizing of these maps, so it just looks horrible on stream. Sorry about that. Tokens. Warden. Chester. There we go. Then, of course, we need to give you your control. 1.
Got it.
2. There we go. But yes, you can see where the cave mouth kind of opens into darkness, as the sun has now quite firmly set behind you, as you can see the rays spilling through the trees of the final beams of sun.
Well, this is where the tracks seem to be leading. Just out of curiosity, and he sort of does this in front of Warden's eyes. What's your night vision like? How many fingers am I holding up?
I do not see.
You do not see in the dark. Is that what I am understanding here?
I don't think so.
Don't think Warforged have
Warforged don't get. I don't think they
vision.
do either.
Well,
No,
I
they
do
don't,
not own a
because
torch.
when I had a Warforged in one of my other home games, I allowed him to basically buy like a night vision upgrade for himself.
Okay, well, I have a lantern here. Should we wish to light it? It's a hooded lantern, no less. Probably a good idea, so you can, see where you're going and stab it in search.
Okay. You take it.
All right. You have a hooded lantern.
Cool.
All right. Do you
Yeah,
have a
Warden.
game plan?
Wait, I can do a thing, can't I? I can show your light. Who has the
Oh.
lantern?
I do.
What's the radius on a hooded lantern?
It's 30-30.
Excellent. So we'll do 30 feet of that. 30 feet. We'll make the dim light orange. I should have made that 60 feet instead, because that's how you show it, right? Yes. Silly Mitch. Let's just edit that. I just wanted to double check. Radius 60 feet. Save. There you go. So anything in orange is dim light. Anything in yellow is bright light.
I don't think I see it. Or do I?
You should be able to on Roll20. Or is it just me seeing? Ah, there's a tick box, isn't there?
I see it.
Steph told me about this. There's a thing for player permissions. Players can see. When I did this last time, yes, there we go. I need
There
to
you
mark
go.
it so players
can
can
see
see. That's because I did it on your token. But yes, now all players can see it.
Cool.
See, I listen to you
Alright,
sometimes, Steph.
He's going to whisper, all right, well, Do you have a game plan for this sort of thing? We going guns blazing? We try to sneak in?
They're guns.
Guns? You heard of black powder?
No.
Does that exist, by the way? Maybe I should ask.
Very much so. That and
Alright.
fancier arcano-mechanical guns both exist in my world. But
Picture
not like
crossbow,
fully
but
modern
louder.
ones.
Okay. I do not plan for this.
Mhm. All right. Well, you got a crossbow. I got a. Yeah. That's an option.
I'm sorry, you lagged out on my screen.
Same.
This is my internet connection. Oh, there. How's that?
That's
Better,
fine.
worse? We could take a crossbow. You get a crossbow. We run in, shoot it in the eyes. Then it's blinded, and then we just stab it to death.
That sounds like
Jesus
a plan.
Christ.
All right. Should be easily done. All right. He takes out his new
Super easy.
crossbow, which I'm not very good with crossbows because I'm not very dexterous. But still,
I can hit it from here, correct?
Yes, the range is 60 feet, isn't it? On a light crossbow.
At least so, yeah.
yeah.
And then the long range
That's 80
is
actually.
100.
Yeah, 80.
8320.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. It's a crossbow.
Can we actually see it though?
Make a perception check. At disadvantage, I believe, in dim light. Is it? God, I can never remember.
Don't
It so
know.
rarely comes up. Let me consult the DM's screen, because that has it. But
Wow.
man,
Roll
it
the same
so
thing
rarely
twice.
comes up, because every time I'm like, so you enter the room that's kind of, I have dark vision! Mitch, I have dark vision! We all have dark vision! Mitch, I've got dark vision! Did you know I have dark vision, Mitch? I'm
I
like, yes.
restrained myself. I restrained myself.
It's
from yelling
every
at-
time. It's constant. Every player. Except you. And I appreciate that you restrained yourself.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, I will admit.
Light. No, that's sizes. It's not on the screen. Yes, dim light is lightly obscured, so you have disadvantage.
All right. I rolled a 7 and then I rolled a 7, so I got a 7.
Nice.
So disadvantage, you said?
Yes.
Alright, so it's 18 and a 10. For,
Nice.
let me see. So that'll make it a 12.
12. With a 12, you can just about make out the owlbear in the back of the cave.
Hmm.
Looking at the moment like it's... Do bears curl up? How do bears sleep? On beds, apparently.
A long time.
Yeah, they sleep
They
on
got-
beds
they
that
curl
are
up.
either too firm, too soft, or just right. But we'll say he's doing like, or the owlbear. I don't know why I said he. Is doing like the cat thing where the paws are tucked under. Because
Well, no,
I like
don't wanna kill
I
it.
like the thought of that. But yeah, you can see it's either just laying down, resting, or it is asleep. You're not quite sure which.
Hmm.
See that owlbear over there? I'm gonna wrestle it.
I can't really make it out. We could always get closer, I suppose. Or should we just shoot from here and cross our fingers?
I think we're lucky it hasn't noticed us already.
That's a good point. It still hasn't.
I am going to shoot from here.
All right. You want
And then I
to?
come.
on the count of three sort of deal. 1, 2, 3, fire, or 1, 2, 3, fire on three. Oh boy, that's a can of worms right there.
Just fire when I say fire.
Oh.
You just said fire. Did you mean fire then?
Yes, bang.
The simplified version. Okay, I like it. I like it. All right, he's gonna fire when
Yes.
his friend says to fire.
For
There they-
ease, we'll just say both of you roll.
Yeah, 13.
13 and
Oh wait, should I be rolling with disadvantage?
yes.
Okay, so maybe less than that. Less than that. 5.
5.
Yeah.
15
15 will
plus 4,
hit.
so 19.
Oh, I got him.
So you hear the clatter of one crossbow bolt scraping across the rocks. Warden,
You'll do better next time. Don't worry about it.
with your inbuilt systems, you hear that telltale ping of a shot that is hit. Just like the
It's Call of Duty hit
simulations.
marker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Warden has hit markers confirmed. Canon.
Yes. No crossbow.
But yeah, you hear no sound to indicate that the crossbow bolt has missed. Roll damage as you hear the shifting and scraping of this owlbear standing up and the furious whatever sounds owlbears make. I like to imagine it's a cross between owl screeching and bear roaring.
That's
No,
a 9.
I will not be making that sound. 9 damage. Cool. And, of course, it now knows you're here. So, let's go ahead and roll initiative.
So far, so good.
All according to plan. Could be a 9 for my initiative.
Ooh, 10.
Add turn. Let's hope it hasn't duped you again. It hasn't. It worked the way it was supposed to this time. Yay. Wait, no, it didn't. It's still
didn't.
from last time. For God's
Yeah.
sake.
You were so excited. I didn't want to tell you that it didn't work.
Celebrated too early.
Tell
So,
him. No
Warden,
one tell him.
Warden, your initiative was 10, did you say?
No.
No,
Warden
9.
was 9.
He,
I
he-
was
he was
10.
10. Yeah.
That's the one.
Other way around.
I knew I heard a 9 and a 10. Just didn't know from where. I was too busy screwing around with the initiative tracker. Oh, that's cocked. And you're lucky it was, because the first one, when it was cocked between a 14 and a 20. This one is a grand total of, drumroll please, 5. So Chester is up first as you hear the angered screech / roar of a hybrid owl bear that has just been woken up by a crossbow bolt to the face. It's weird that you know that specific sound.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I guess he's going to try his crossbow. He's not very good at it. It's new, and also he's not that great with them, but it's probably the best option. All right, take this, you little bugger. It's a dirty 20.
Hits.
Okay,
Roll damage.
So I get to use this, which is see, it's adding sneak attack automatically for some reason. So it's only 3, but since it hasn't taken its turn yet, there's an additional.
And watch in amazement as the owlbear immediately charges out of the cave and mauls our brand new character to death.
11 total.
11 total. Cool.
Yeah.
Damn, it's taken a fair bit of damage already. Fucking hell. you
And
guys
then, you know
chill?
what? He may as well bonus action his last Bardic Inspiration. Friend, I'm not too worried about this at all. I'm sure we're gonna be fine. Gonna be so good, really. And that's the last Bardic, so you have it somewhere during this fight.
Nice. And it's Warden's turn if that ends yours.
It does. Thank you. He's not on the initiative, or at least not on mine.
Yeah, I'm
He is
not.
on mine. Ah. You are on mine. Let me delete and
Huh.
re-add you.
Weird.
And the whole stream can back me up because they see what I see. You see that?
I don't believe him.
No, guys, you gotta believe me. No.
There he is.
Okay, I'm there. There we go. All right, move up here to protect Chester. I'm gonna hold my action for it to charge at me, and I'll attack it.
Okay. Are you dropping crossbow and drawing sword, I assume, then?
Yes, basically.
Cool. In that case, Owlbear's turn. That's 20 feet. It can move 40. Hell yeah.
Hmm.
With the sound of an enraged owl crossed with an enraged bear, the owlbear charges. You can see the crossbow bolt kind of sticking out the side of its head. But of course, it's within Warden's death range. So your attack of opportunity triggers.
Wonderful, wonderful. All according to plan.
In what now is
Fun.
revealed, Warden's actually a paladin. It's his aura of death.
What's actually revealed now is that was a 1.
Nice.
Oof.
As you're like, oh yeah, I got this, and you swing, and it just barrels into you. And as
Just
it
give me
does,
that pity in it. Inspiration.
It's going to. Oh yeah, you have your pity inspiration.
Yep.
It's going to make a beak attack at you. Beak. 24 to hit.
Yep.
Oof.
And 11 points beak damage.
Bug. Yep.
Ow.
Warden is not looking good.
And then it's going to cast Power Word Kill on
No,
Chester.
stay away from me.
Yes. It steps in towards Chester as well. And it's going to make its second attack with its claws.
Oh.
With a 19 to hit.
I'm going to silvery barbs that and hope that the next
And pick.
one is bad.
Can I also repost that as well?
Can you riposte something that doesn't target you?
Well, no, the one that hit me.
I'll allow it. But
Yeah,
in
sorry, I didn't want to
future, we do it
interrupt.
before they make their next move.
Sorry.
But it's
a
fine.
6. It's not. It's probably not gonna hit anyway. 6 plus 5, 11.
No,
You have
Okay.
Bardic Inspiration,
that's true.
D6.
Also, that was a nat 20 on the silvery barbs. I'm sorry.
It says a 3 for inspo, and it
Hey, I
was
think that's my first nat 20 of this session.
14.
14
Yeah, 14.
will hit.
Hey, that's
There we
twice
go.
its work.
So roll your damage.
5 and a 7.
Fucking hell.
All right.
So is that 7 total? Or 5
No,
plus
that's
7?
5. 5 plus 7.
Dude, chill.
Because these my superiority die.
Okay. Well, it's still got its claw attack. Wait, did I roll the claw attack?
No,
I did.
still need damage.
Yes, I need to do the damage.
Unfortunately, you do use the lower roll, even though it still hits. I'm not going to get hit with that nat 20, fortunately.
Oh, the nat 20 was to save against... Oh yeah, it's not save, it's a re-roll.
Yeah.
Yes, cool. That's fine. Yeah. I wasn't actually going to use the nat 20. My brain went, yes,
That would've
saving
killed
throw.
me.
No, it's fine. My brain was screaming saving throw, even though it's not.
It might still kill me, depending on...
Yes. 8 points of slashing damage as Warden, this owlbear comes charging past you. As it does, it claws at Chester. You hear his shout of pain, but you manage to get your hit in. Would you like to describe your kill?
Yeah. So, as he's been hit and kind of shoved out of the way, his sword is going to wind around and sort of slash at its side as it runs past, and dragging his blade across its...
Exactly what I was picturing in my head. I'm glad you said that.
Yep.
The classic.
And as it just lunges into Chester.
Oh yeah, the absolute classic.
Oh yeah.
As you slice it open, it carries on charging, claws at Chester, who staggers back out of the way. You watch as the owlbear carries on its momentum, turns slowly to face you, and you're like, oh god, it's gonna charge again, and it just takes a step, staggers, and drops.
Well. I am once more bloodied, but thank you for that. We did it. Hurrah, Eve.
Yeah. I'm at 3 hit points.
I'm at 7. Ow.
Oh,
Basically,
man.
ow.
Ow. Everywhere. Just ouch. Very ouch.
Perhaps we should slice this open and sleep inside for the night.
You're not on Hoth.
I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
But yes, you have successfully hunted the owlbear. What would you like to do?
Ooh, do we know if we were supposed to, like, cut off its head and bring it in as proof or something to that effect?
Any form of proof is allowed as proof of the kill, whether it's claw, head, feathers, although feathers might be met with some suspicion if it's just feathers and no sign of blood, except
It
on
will be
you.
the head.
Anything from the cave, if it happens to have made a den or a nest, is also acceptable and allowed.
We'll leave you to the head chopping. You seem to be quite able at that.
Warden's already doing it.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Yes, it's like,
I'm going for that.
I think I'll leave you to it. You turn around and he's in the middle of sawing.
I will inspect den-like stuff.
Okay. Make a perception or investigation check.
Perception is 1 better, so I will roll a 5. Perfect.
Sorry, what was that? I just, when you just
5.
completely phase out of reality.
Sorry, what was that?
5. Yeah, exactly. With a 5, you see possible signs of nest, possibly just out of the range of the bright light of the lantern. Other than that, you can't.
But I have dark
really
vision.
tell. That's true, you do. So you can see in darkness as if it's dim, and dim as if it's dark. So you can see in as if it's bright. Sorry. So you can see in the dim light. And as your eyes adjust, wait, did you make your check with disadvantage, or did you just roll it normally?
I just rolled normally.
Okay, fine. So yeah, you can see possible nest. It's quite hard to tell. There's kind of a lot of rocks and outcroppings around. It might be nestled away. But for the time being, you're not entirely sure. You're still seeing stars and spots and recovering from this enormous creature barreling into you and clawing your chest. We'll say that's the reason it's very hard for you to... That was the reason for the 5, is the fact that you're like...
I just want to go to bed, man.
Yeah.
Just let me sleep.
Like, you're struggling to stand. Looking around for something specific is quite hard.
You know what? He's just going to go into the nest at this point and lie down. You know what? I don't think I have any more in me for today. Wake me when it's tomorrow.
You follow the signs of nest. I'll say give me one more perception check.
8.
8. Well, having found the nest, it's not super hidden now that there's no owlbear on top of it. There is, as Warden moves over, having finished cutting the head off, bringing some more light your way, a single egg in the nest.
Ooh, breakfast.
Not me spending
Alright, well.
2 hours when I was writing this stuff being like, do owlbears lay eggs?
They must.
Do I want owlbears to lay eggs? Is this an owlbear egg?
You know what? I'm going to rest this egg gently between my very warm thighs. We'll see what happens.
A dragon
Here,
hatches.
you gotta put the head on, so that way it thinks you're the llama,
yeah.
so it imprints right.
Yeah, got an imprint on me. All right, perfect.
The warden will come over, just kneel next to you, taking a knee at rest.
Yeah, you guys taking a short rest then, I assume.
I was thinking
Or a
long
long
rest.
rest, it's up
since
to you.
nighttime, and we're both almost dead. Combination of those two things.
You,
It's been a long day.
You take your long rest, which means the owlbear returns to full hit points as well. It takes a long rest.
Okay.
The head grows back.
And it takes the longest rest, I see.
Yes. Actually, when owlbears take a long rest, they can regrow any lost limb. This is the special Erothian owlbear that's also been bred with a gecko.
Then African or European owlbear.
Yes. Both bred together to create the ultimate in coconut carrying technology. But yes, you take your long rest. Morning comes.
Did Warden sleep?
No, he's in the exact same position he was when you fell asleep.
Ah,
Yeah, he just has to
Okay,
go
well.
inactive.
well, how was your sleep last night, my fine middle friend?
You snore.
I do not. How dare you, sir?
Could be worse. At least you don't roll around in your sleep, otherwise that egg would be crushed.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he'll
Gives
just
the egg a
stand
little
up in
pat.
place. He'll just stand up in place and say, time to go.
All right. So let me just gather my belongings in this egg, I suppose, unless you
Are
would
the-
care for this
Are the
egg.
knees hydraulic or are they on a motor? Is there like a as he stands back up?
Warden is forklift certified because he is a forklift, so
Amazing. But of course, you've retrieved the head of a dangerous creature. So Roach is now waiting outside with the head tied firmly to his saddle. No. But yeah, for the sake of brevity and your sanity, I assume you guys head back to
Yes.
Dura, the capital of the Sleeping Gardens, and where the main headquarters of the Midnight Blade are, and where you gathered. Oh, so long ago. It's been a long evening.
Yeah, jeez.
Feels like it's been years.
And you make your way back, where outside, kind of in this courtyard, words, those are things. A pair, that's what I was thinking of the members of the Midnight Blade are waiting expectantly. It definitely seems like, from the looks on their faces, they don't seem to have been like staying up all night. It's definitely there's been people on shifts waiting out, ready to see if and who would return from the hunt.
It is I, Chesterfields. I have returned victorious with my new friend here, Warden, who probably did slightly more work than I did, I will admit, but I am a magnanimous person, so, that's
Warden's
fine.
dragging the rope that the owlbear head is attached to.
How big is the owlbear head? Is it like? Okay.
I mean, decent size for an owlbear head. Standard
wanna drag
owlbear
it,
head
no, it's-
size, like probably size of a very large pumpkin.
Hmm.
It's
see if I
Halloween
have it
season.
over
We
his
use
shoulder.
pumpkins as a unit of measurement.
I don't
No,
want
so
to
it's over
drag
your
it.
shoulder.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you approach, you can see the kind of black and silver leathers. It seems to be a wood elf, and one of my special Eroth human subraces, the forest-born human. Very much similar to elves, have kind of like identifiable features. Just kind of sat, the human kind of leaning back in his chair, feet up on the table that was previously the registry table. And he kind of looks at you. You can see these like green eyes under what's this kind of like somewhat tight leather helmet that the hair's kind of pulled back into. And he just... So you've killed it.
Yes. Take us to your leader, or rather our leader. Huh? Yeah.
Warden will dump the head onto the table. Which
There
if
is-
it's like one of those like plastic like it's like one of those plastic
Definitely
foldaway tables that would
bows.
just yes.
Whole thing like shifts from the impact. And there's no flinch from them. They're definitely used to people doing this sort of thing because they all do it because it's badass.
Now, this
And-
is the good news, but we also have some, let's say, troubling news as well.
Right. Well, is there any other goods you've retrieved? Anything that needs to be also bequeathed unto the guild? We will obviously take this head from yourselves and send you through inside. It is enough that one of us have seen and bore witness to the trophy, and we will deal with it accordingly.
Very well, very well. Yes, I kept a running total as we were proceeding. I want everything above board, of course. We have raked in, let's see here, 30 copper pieces. I have these 2 crossbows and 10 bolts.
Keep them.
Oh, most gracious of you. Thank you.
Well, I'll get... that's not his voice. I'll get this into where we keep the trophies. And you, and he kind of nudges the wood elf, who stands up and draws herself to her full 4'10" splendor. She'll take you inside and get you acquainted with whoever needs to be. Usually it would be just one of the more higher ups, but it depends on how bad your news is as to who we actually need to get you to speak to. We'll be the judge of that. You just go inside.
Fair enough.
And the elf just kind of silently opens the large guild hall doors and just strides in ahead of you, expecting you to follow. Oh,
You
excuse
will.
me.
Ditto.
And you enter into this kind of grand entryway, nice long kind of black carpet lined with silver, and kind of pillars lining it, and at each pillar is either a kind of similar suit of that like kind of ranger leathers, or a very well stuffed taxidermied kill. Effectively, there's bears, there's owl bears, there's various other creatures that I can't think of or name off the top of my head right now. There's a couple of phase spiders, interestingly enough, for those who might know, character-wise, that is, not player-wise. I'm sure you both know what a phase spider is. I love them. One or two stuffed kobolds hanging from the ceiling.
Oh, well, that's not very. Huh.
No, I joke. There's no kobolds. But
Okay.
you are led up this kind of grand staircase that curls around, and you're taken into an audience chamber. Effectively, for lack of a better term, it's just the easiest way to picture the sort of thing. You can see various kind of stations set up, like tanning. There's people fletching, sharpening weapons, maintaining armor, and various other individuals kind of maintaining an eye over it all. And as the elf leads you in, she just and you can see there's kind of 3 or 4 figures at the back stand up and turn to look, and as one of them, kind of very long salt and pepper hair, salt and pepper, longish beard, and very, very well worn, much more elaborate looking midnight blade get up. Still carries that theme of the ranger leathers, but there's definitely a lot more to it. There's some nice shoulder pads. There's like some sort of fur skin cloak that kind of comes up to one shoulder and round the back. And they stride towards you with very definitely steel capped boots you can hear just echoing off this stone floor. As he strides on over to you. And whose acquaintance do I have the pleasure of making? I assume you are the successful team in hunting the owlbear.
Chester Fields, pleased to meet you.
What then?
Chester Fields and Warden, you say? Pleasure.
Pleasure's all ours.
Sorry, things are loading very, very painfully slowly.
Please take your time. I understand. You've got heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Quite. as he's just kind of like sizing you up with these very deep blue eyes. And he, so, did you happen to come across any of the other hopeful teams on your way out, or indeed back? We've not heard much report from any of them.
Chester starts doing one of these. Ooh. That's for the visual listeners there.
Warren pulls on this cloak a little bit.
Yeah, I've killed like 10 of them, dude.
Warden, do you wish to relay what we have come across? Feel free.
We found some of them.
That is
Right.
accurate. I will say what he lacks in verboseness, he makes up for in accuracy.
Found parts of them.
Yeah, that's
Parts and
more.
pieces.
Yeah, that's we're getting to the crux of the matter now. Yes.
See, mauled by the owlbear, I presume.
Well, no, that was a theory for a while. Owlbear with a sharp dagger or sword or something. It proved to not be true, though. After some investigation, he pulls out the little notes and hands it over. It seems that there was an attempt at infiltration to your organization, which we have forwarded, I may add.
He very pointedly looks you up and down, sizing you up again. Unfurls the note, and the whole time he's unrolling it, doesn't take his eyes off you.
Hey, take it all in. Take it all in. I understand.
Looks at the parchment and
The visor stares back.
he looks down at the note. Shit.
Yep. Accurate.
And kind of turns back to the others and gestures for them. They hurry over, he hands it over to them. And they start muttering between themselves. A moment passes, the muttering stops, and he turns around, straightens himself up, and... I see. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We are at a bit of a impasse here. It's a strange situation to have found ourselves in. If there's talk of possible insurrection or infiltration, I would, as I'm sure you can understand and respect, rather not take on an unknown applicant at this time, although you have proven yourselves, and I do deeply respect that. Please do not feel like you are being cheated out of anything. To that effect, a moment, please, and he strides back to the table that he was at, and you watch as he picks up a quill and starts kind of furiously scribbling, brings it back over. We will suspend applications and intake for the time being until we have fully investigated this possibility, as I'm sure you can understand. But be that as it may, you cannot go unrewarded, and of course the purpose of this was to find people fit for joining our ranks, so hopefully it will prove that you are not part of this infiltration, not that we have any reason to doubt you currently, outside of the fact that we do not currently know you. Therefore, for the time being, hopefully this will suffice, and holds out a scroll.
Well,
Warren will
my friend will read that eventually.
It's fairly boilerplate, really. It's mostly that
I will be the judge of that.
Pending further investigation by the Midnight Blade, you are considered honorary and temporarily under the supervision of myself. That is one Mirdan Ravenflame, leader of the Midnight Blade. This, for all intents and purposes, can serve as effectively as if you were a member of our ranks, but pending our investigation and noting that there is some suspicion surrounding all new joiners until we say otherwise.
Well, that seems like a fair and wise decision. Out of curiosity, do you have any idea who might have been trying this nefarious scheme?
No, I cannot say that I do. I've not heard much tale of a sun god. Well, not a specific sun god, of course.
Of course.
Kuatoa over on the Sunset Archipelago have about 15 of them, but... I mean, it could be any number of sun god worshipping civilizations. But the fact that they've been attempting to infiltrate implies that they're probably not some elite... I honestly, though, if I would be very worried, and you should be very nervous if there is some form of elite Kuatoa kill squad out, but given that you didn't mention fish people, I think it's safe to rule that one out for now.
Wait a second. There was some frogs, though. They could be in league. Nothing worse. Frogs, they're in the water sometimes on land. Worst of both worlds, really.
So perhaps the Gripply are involved. I see.
Yeah, the grung.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the grung?
Those two, yes. It could be the grung.
Yep.
I suppose we can rule out most of the more primitive aspects. I expect they probably wouldn't be writing so eloquently in the universal common tongue, but I don't judge, and that obviously remains to be seen. This could have been planned for a very long time.
Lots to ponder.
Yes. And of course, you yourselves and any of the other applicants are, for the time being, under suspicion.
Well, other ones, yeah, that's sort of, I understand the logic. Us, though? Who brought you wood? Who brought you a big head? Chester's at the head.
Right, but hiding in plain sight is a tactic we hunters often use, so...
What if I gave you my word of honor as a gentleman that I am not here to infiltrate you for any sort of underhanded dastardly deeds? Would that not be enough?
Not that I don't truly appreciate that, as somewhat of a gentleman myself, but unfortunately not.
Very well, very well.
And,
I will not push you.
To further apologize, for lack of a better word, for somewhat going back on the induction that was promised. Any and all spoils and loot that you came across, you may keep.
Yeah,
as opposed to the amounts that you would have usually been allowed to keep as a member of the guild, and of course the cut taken for being a member of the guild. This is all yours.
Terrific, terrific. Would you also consider perhaps room and board for a time? Maybe some daily allowance? Just until, we've been fully investigated.
We will put you up for 5 nights at the local tavern.
Ooh. Would that be Freddy's?
No.
Oh, okay.
I do not have my Dura notes up in front of me, and therefore cannot tell you the name of this tavern right now.
I just assumed Five Nights
There's-
at Freddy's. You understand?
Let me double check if I actually have, because sometimes I think real far ahead.
Ooh.
Related locations: Dura, government, defenses, industry and trade, districts.
Yeah, Chester does look like Freddy Fazbear.
History, points of interest. Not the guild hall. No, I do not have a list of taverns yet because I was probably waiting until session, whatever number session you guys decide to head to Jura.
Or shame.
I know, right?
Well, if the DM doesn't have notes on it, then it's going to be a Hooters. I decided. So
Yeah.
Those actually are only in Faltise. They haven't gone national yet.
damn it.
But yes, you are escorted out of the guild hall and to the local tavern. It's not the best. You do pass one or two much nicer looking taverns on the way. But you are escorted nonetheless, and a note is passed to the barkeep, who is a rather surly looking orcish fellow with an eye patch. Very nice anchor and rope tattoo on his right bicep. And he kind of looks you guys up and down and... Room and board. Alright, yeah. Bed and breakfast 5 nights. Lunch you get yourself. Dinner costs you extra.
Thank you, sir. Chester Fields, pleased to meet you.
And you. Turns around and unhooks a couple of keys from a pegboard behind him. Slides across the counter to you. Get yourself settled in, and there'll be an ale waiting for you downstairs.
There will be ales for everyone. The first round is on my friend here.
The entire tavern cheers.
Oh, look at that. Warden, they are fans already.
And with that, we will end it there as you guys make your way up to your rooms and get that long rest in.
We did it. Several things, even.
We did things.
Good
You
things.
did many things. As you check back through your quest log, and it says, note handed
I can
to
read
Guildmaster, Owlbear
Something
killed.
about a sun god. I don't know. Can't even read my writing here.
And I hiccup like 10 times in a row. That was really painful. But yes,
Man,
you done did it. I hope you guys enjoyed.
Yes, very much. Very much so.
And with that, they have been Warden and Chester. I have been Mitch, of course. We have been the Practical Heroes. And this has been the final of our 2 introductory one-shots for our brand new campaign, The Sands of Sildaris. We will see you guys next week for the official Session 1.
Ooh.
Before
I'm
we
gonna tune into that.
leave, I believe we've had a whole bunch of things happen today. So thanks, Max and Steph, for the bits. And thanks, Rob T. Firefly, for the follow. I feel like there were 1 or 2 other follows, but they're not showing on my activity feed. So if you did follow, and I missed it, Thank you. With all of that said, we will see you all next time. Bye.
Bye.